Good morning, everybody. The time is 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Thank you. Now, before we get into the main part of today, just a couple of elements of housekeeping. First of all, I've been informed that there are no fire alarms planned for today, so if you hear one, it is the real deal. And as yesterday, the fire exits are out in the corridor and either way, and then the meeting point is outside by, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name of the statue.
William Harvey.
William Harvey statue outside. Thank you. And for those of you who, perhaps there are some people here who weren't here yesterday, the toilets are out by the bar, and you can order in food, but you have to order that for lunch. And of course, otherwise you can buy food either in the cafe or elsewhere in town, and there will be a 45-minute to an hour lunch break for that to happen. Just to confirm with the main parties, we had 3 documents added yesterday, so that was to the inquiry documents list. So that's the opening statements from both parties and the applicant's list of speakers. Just to confirm, that's your understanding as well?
So that is, just by way of clarification, when it comes to, say, for instance, evidence, I've already provided a written note of the witnesses that I'm
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could just turn to the applicant now, just to get an understanding of Mr. McKay and his position now, please.
Yes, thank you. We were proposing to call Mr. McKay first today, and indeed we're presumptuously already seated him at the witness table. Mr. Moyes was kind enough to agree that we could, as it were, take him out of order. The situation, sir, as you know, in relation to Mr. McKay, it is that he's suffering from a condition and needs essentially assessments, tests as soon as possible. So we thought it was best in the circumstances for him to give evidence so that he was then available to be able to attend appointments as soon as possible thereafter. And indeed that it was appropriate for him to appear in person to do that. The one additional indulgence I would crave from you is in relation to Mr. McKay. While he's giving evidence, he might receive a telephone call in relation to setting up some of those appointments, and therefore I would ask, and I appreciate that this is exceptional, but these are in my submission exceptional circumstances, that if he does get a phone call that he needs to take, that we break immediately to allow him to do that. In short, if we miss the boat for getting an appointment, it could have serious consequences. So if you're willing, as it were, to allow that to happen, then we can have Mr. McKay in person cross-examined and make sure then that his evidence is before the inquiry and challenged by Mr. Moyes as appropriate, and then Mr. McKay can be released after he's given evidence. So that's what we would be proposing if you're content with it.
Yes, I'm absolutely content with that, and also want to say thank you to Mr. McKay really for making his efforts to actually be here in person, given your personal circumstances. So thank you, and that's completely fine with me.
Thank you very much, sir.
In fact, I'm happy to jump straight to Mr. McKay unless either parties have anything else they wish to raise.
No, and my learned friend and I have had a word about programming and timetabling, so we were simply going to say, obviously subject to you, that following our discussions, we thought that the inquiry was very much running to schedule, and that we were anticipating it's possible, but it's very difficult to say, that the applicant's witnesses may all be finished and have given their evidence today. We thought that the finish of 4:30 was in fact tomorrow rather than today.
Okay.
Unless we have misunderstood that, and therefore.
Oh, it is today. I've just been confirmed.
That may have an impact on that, but
okay.
Just programming or thinking forward, we thought that if we were able to finish today, then there would be a clean break before, say, Prince's Parade witnesses started giving their evidence on Thursday, and that overall, in our view, as things currently stand, we thought we could well finish all the evidence in good time by Friday afternoon. And if that were the case, then that would naturally lead an opportunity for a break, possibly even early on Friday afternoon, because obviously we have to prepare, the advocates have to prepare written quoting submissions, etc., for the day in November, the 5th day in November. So just to say that's the discussion that's been had council to council, if that's
Okay.
of assistance.
Thank you, yes. I think we'll have to take a view at the end of the day. We'll see where we've got to,
Of
but
course.
that certainly seems like a plausible way forward. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm happy to turn for the evidence-in-chief for Mr. McKay.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. McKay, you've got proof of evidence, I think, and we can see from that proof of evidence, paragraph 2.3, that you're a heritage consultant with a diploma in architecture, a Master of Science in Town Planning, registered with the ARB and a member of the RTPI. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You 20 years experience as conservation officer, design and conservation manager and design and conservation team leader at local authorities in Kent, Sussex and London. Represented local planning authorities at hearings and inquiries with regard to heritage and design matters associated with planning and listed building applications, and then have 10 years experience as a self-employed heritage consultant in the private sector. Is that correct?
Yes, that's all correct, yep.
Thank you. And then in relation to this case, you compiled the heritage chapter of the environmental statement and the heritage section of the planning, design and access statement. Is that right?
That's correct. Incidentally, you'll find the wording of both very, very similar. They're almost interchangeable.
Thank you very much. So that is your professional qualifications. The proof of evidence, can you confirm, please, that the contents of it are correct and true?
I confirm that, yeah.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is turn to the summary on pages 23 and 24. I'm going to ask you to read that summary, and then I'll ask some supplementary questions to pick up issues that have been raised in proofs of evidence, primarily from the campaign group. So if you could read your summary, please.
Okay, I'll launch straight in. So, in line with the rest of this proof of evidence, this summary considers the disadvantages and losses in relation to the historic environment within the vicinity of Prince's Parade, which could arise directly from the approval of the stopping up and diversion order. It does this by reference to the objections that have been made with regard to this subject. I then split the summary into various themes. Objection theme A, hybrid application, insufficient information to measure impact on the Royal Military Canal. Impact will be greater than that indicated by the planning permission. Sufficient information is available as a part of 1, the planning permission documents, 2, within recent submissions to discharge the planning conditions, and within 3, the stopping up order to fully measure the impact of the new road on the Royal Military Canal and its setting. The impact will be no greater than that shown at the planning application stage. Furthermore, the design and construction of the new road in terms of road width, lighting, depth of construction, or other factors will be the same whether the stopping up order fails, in which case the new road will just serve the development, or the stopping up order succeeds, in which case the new road will be a through road. Objection theme B, visual impact on the RMC, its setting and character. The main impact upon the heritage significance of the site as a part of the setting of the scheduled ancient monument of the RMC, specifically the key aspect of the RMC as a barrier separating built-up development to the north and open land and sea on the south, will be from the buildings permitted by the planning permission. The construction of the new road will, in itself, have a minor impact, if any. The new road is a part of the mitigation strategy to reduce the visual impact of buildings on the immediate setting and character of the RMC. It, along with associated landscaping to the present embankment of the site down to the RMC, will form a buffer between the built-up part of the site and the RMC. In addition, The new road is a key part of the overall design response of the permitted scheme to the setting of the RMC and to Princess Parade. Open accessible parkland between sets of buildings will reduce the impact of the built development on the setting of the Royal Military Canal. The parklands will allow for direct connections across the hitherto mainly inaccessible site between the RMC and the sea, thus reinforcing historic connections between the RMC, the site as an open field of fire, and the beach and the sea. This concept will be reinforced by the stopping up of Princess Parade to create a pedestrian and leisure seafront promenade that is closer to the original late Victorian concept of the parade. Objection theme C, peace and tranquility of the Royal Military Canal. Tranquility is not a part of the heritage significance of the RMC and its setting, including the site. Nevertheless, and to the extent that tranquility exists at present, more to the west, away from the roads and the flats at the eastern terminus of the RMC, it is a function of the modern position of the RMC within a trench. This is a negative in heritage terms, as the RMC was designed to be open rather than enclosed on the beach side. This notwithstanding, much of the RMC adjacent to the site will remain relatively tranquil. The embankment will remain, as will the RMC's position at a lower level. Towards the west, currently the most tranquil part of the site due to its isolation from existing development and the main road to the east, the new road will be very well set back. The landscaping regime for the embankment will help in maintaining a feeling of isolation of the RMC from the land around it. Restrictions on HGVs and the low 30-mile-an-hour design speed of the new road will also help to limit the noise generated by traffic along the new road. Planning conditions and landscaping will limit the impact of street lighting, which in any case will be the same whether Princess Parade is stopped up or not. The baseline position of the planning permission is also relevant in considering the effects of the stopping up and diversion order. It is not the site in its undeveloped state. Instead, it is the site with the new roads and the buildings which have been given planning permission. The general issue of noise is addressed more fully by Matthew Woodhead in his evidence. Objection theme D, archaeology. The likely archaeological remains on the site, if they exist at all, are minor features. Their protection is covered adequately by the conditions of the planning permission. Objection theme E, Princess Parade. The direct benefits of the stopping up and diversion order are a traffic-free, wider promenade on the existing route of Princess Parade. This will make it more pleasant and safer to use for a variety of leisure activities. The removal of traffic from the existing Princess Parade route will allow it to fulfil its principal, late Victorian, Edwardian function as a promenade dedicated to leisure use. This is a heritage gain. Final points. For this Section 247 application, it is important to recognise that none of the adverse heritage impacts, as laid out by the objectors with regard to the visual impact on the RMC and its setting, the archaeology of the RMC, and with regard to Princess Parade, are caused by the stopping up and diversion order. The heritage impacts arise from the development as a whole, including buildings and the new road, all of which have already been granted planning permission. Following the pre-application inquiry meeting, the inspector has confirmed that these impacts are not relevant considerations for the Section 247 application. I have nonetheless addressed them above, as they were raised by objectors, to explain that there is no substance to them anyway, nor is the issue of tranquility relevant with regard to heritage impacts, as stated above. My conclusions reflect what was said in the Buckles solicitor's response to the statutory consultation report dated May 2021, namely that the adverse heritage impact on the RMC or Princess Parade is not a direct consequence of the stopping up and diversion order. In my opinion, and in conclusion, there are no disadvantages or losses flowing directly from the Section 247 application with regard to heritage, and certainly none of such significance that the Secretary of State ought to review the stopping up and diversion order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKay. So none of the campaign group's evidence has been amended or withdrawn as matters stand, so I need to ask you to respond to that. I'll begin, if I may, just by asking you in relation to some matters that the inspector will see on the site visit. So if we turn to your proof of evidence on page 17, paragraph 811 through to 813, you describe there the situation with the relationship, if I can put it that way, between the new road and the RMC, and we've got in your appendix 1 cross sections through that show the relationship between them and the embankment there, and you refer in 813 to the stretch of the embankment which is to be recompacted there. Perhaps if we turn to Appendix 1 and your plan there, can you just describe to the inspector, particularly bearing in mind, orienting himself for the site visit, the element of the bank that's going to be recompacted?
Yes, I'll do that. Just bear with me. I'll find the appendix. There it is at the back. It is incidentally very, very small as printed out, and if you look at it electronically, you can zoom in and get a better idea of it. But the recompaction really is the bit from the western end of the leisure centre through to going eastwards through to the corner by the new canoe centre. So that's the bit that's going to be recompacted.
Thank you very much. Maybe, sir, just if I could break off here, this is only, as it were, as an image in a Word document that's been converted into a PDF. If it would help you to have the PDF plan as a plan separately, in light of what Mr. McKay has said, we can certainly provide that to the inquiry. I mean, it won't be new information because it's just going to be what's here, but it may assist you to have it as a separate PDF, which is easier to zoom into, for example.
Yes, I'm just looking now at the online version. Even that isn't particularly clear when I zoom in. So yeah, if it's the identical drawing, just better quality, then yes, I'm happy for that to be submitted.
Okay, we can do that.
There's one other thing which you may find useful, or you may choose to accept, or you may choose not to have it, sir. But there is a more up-to-date drawing which is identical in every way, except that the existing ground lines are dotted onto it. So you've got a direct comparison between of the sections as they exist now and the sections that are proposed. Unfortunately, that wasn't available at that by the 5th of October, but it's a more up-to-date drawing.
Well, that obviously would be new evidence. Mr. Moyes, what would be your thoughts on that?
So I think the most important thing is that if it assists you, then in deciding what to write in your report and your recommendation, I think that's the most important consideration, and we, from our part, would not have any objection.
In that case, that would be helpful, and it certainly sounds like it'd be a helpful document to have with me on site. And to look at those comparisons. So, yes, I'm happy to accept that.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I think I've got a copy of that drawing, so I can try to circulate that in the break.
Okay.
Thank you. So by reference to what we've got in your appendix, can you just summarise what's going to happen in relation to the landscaping and the planting along the bank, for that part that's going to be recompacted and that part that's not going to be recompacted, so two different areas?
Yes, the part that's going to be recompacted, and in fact slightly further along, I believe, as far as the Central Park, is to be planted with native shrubs and trees and a meadow understory. That will provide a vegetated bank that is rather higher than exists at the moment, will provide a rather more effective screen, if you like, to the new road, and vice versa. The trees would naturally grow quite big. They will be stunted a little by the seaside position, but I didn't put this in the evidence, but my understanding is that the bigger trees will reach about 9 metres high, as opposed to the 20-odd metres that they might have reached otherwise. But that's still a lot more of a screen than the vegetation that exists at the moment. From the Central Park going westwards, there is no change to the embankment. The existing vegetative bank will remain, will be untouched. There's no reason to do so. And in fact, the vegetation part of it will continue to encroach on the park because there's a badger set in there. Other bits of the park will be cleared as you will see in the PDAS, but that western part is pretty well unchanged.
Very good, thank you. So, Mr. Morgan, I think in his evidence for the campaign group, says that placing the road nearer the canal is harmful. I think Councillor Martin makes a similar point. What was Historic England's position on locating the road there as part of the development?
There's a letter in the PDAS from Historic England, which lays out their attitude. They were against the scheme as a whole, as you know, but in choosing between options that were presented to them, they certainly understood, and they had a preference for the road as a buffer and a barrier between the built development and the canal. The second option would, for various reasons, have resulted, at least in the leisure centre, being much closer to the canal, where it would have loomed over rather. But they fully understood and recognised the advantages of having this gap created by the new road.
Thank you. And we've had in the it's in the PDAS, I think you said, that letter from Historic England was late September 2016, is that right?
It was, and it's an appendix to the PDAS.
Yeah, you refer to it in paragraph 6.14 of your proof, I think.
Yes, I think I may quote from it, I can't remember. So, sorry, 6.14?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I do.
That's it. Right. Okay, good. Now, we have seen an email from you about a month earlier to the design team, I think the 20th of August 2016.
Yeah.
That's in the inquiry as CD 118, but I think it's also Dr. Burrell's Appendix X5. Now, we know now that that was obtained via the Environmental Information Regulations. That was an internal email. I don't know whether you've got a copy of it available to you.
Sorry, CD?
It was CD 118.
I'm sure I can pull it up. Yeah, here we are. Got it, yes.
Excellent.
Thank
Thank you very much. So you'll see that that's headed questions for master plan options, yeah? Can you just explain briefly, please, the context for that email?
Yes, the scheme was still being designed at that point, and of course there's options. There always are. There'd be something wrong if the designers did not come up for options to consider, and it's entirely natural that we would debate, which options are best, what the advantages and disadvantages are of each, and that's what that email is referring to.
Thank you. And what option was included in the planning application that was subsequently made?
Just let me read this. I think it was option. From memory, there was 3 options. There was also a central road. Option 1 is the one where there was Princess Parade was to remain open. That was rejected. We went for option 2, which was the new road forming this buffer between the built development and the canal.
So, just to be absolutely clear, the option that was included in the planning application subsequently made, that was the one that Historic England expressed a preference for that you've just explained to us. Is
yes,
that right?
Yes, they did in their letter in the PDAS.
Thank you. And in any of their later representations, did Historic England ever raise the position of the road as an issue?
No, they didn't. They had plenty of points to make and plenty of concerns, but they did not raise that.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just thinking about the positioning of the road, Mr. Joyce, I think in his evidence, makes a point about citing the road on the southern side of the canal in relation to the historical function of the canal. And of course, going back to your Appendix 1 drawing, we can see the positioning of the road there. Was that issue of it being on the southern side in relation to the historical function of the canal a concern that Historic England ever raised?
It wasn't. No, is the simple, blunt answer to that.
And what's your view on that point?
My view is that actually it's a spurious point. There was always a military road, not on top of the embankment, but behind the embankment on the north side. And I think Mr. Joyce argues that somehow putting a road on the south side destroys the authenticity of the Royal Military Canal. Well, that authenticity has already been seriously harmed by the fact that there is the site is raised from what it would have been originally, such that the Royal Military Canal is down in a trench, as opposed to its northern embankments commanding a view over the beach. So there really is no authenticity point to be made there. The fact is that southern side has changed beyond all recognition from its historic environment, from the historic way it was, and the road is by the way in that respect.
And what would there have been for the canal on the southern side of it?
It would have been very, very low ground. The main point was that the embankment on the northern side of the canal would have been able to command a view over the site right to the sea. The idea was that northern embankment was a firing platform, and frankly the site was designed as a killing zone, if you like. For that, it had to be very, very low. Quite obviously a different situation than exists at the moment.
Thank you very much. Princess Parade now. Councillor Martin says Princess Parade is of similar historic merit to the Royal Military Canal. What's your view on that?
That's not the case. I mean, if you want to start off with statutory designations, the Royal Military Canal is a Scheduled Ancient Monument, and that means by definition it is of national importance. Princess Parade isn't, and nor would it really merit a statutory designation of any type. The Royal Military Canal was a unique fortification designed at a unique and significant period in time by leading engineers. It was novel for all these reasons. It is of national significance. The parade was, I think, is a feature of character, and it has some interest in that it was used for tourism at a time when tourism as a concept, as something that people did, and leisure was relatively new. But it's part of a sea change to society. It's not unique or outstanding in that way. It is merely of some interest.
Thank you. And I think both Mr. Morgan and Mr. Joyce say that the realignment of the road would completely destroy the historic significance of Prince's Parade. Your view, I think, as you've explained in your summary, is that in fact it would be a gain in heritage terms. Can you just explain, please, the reasoning for the difference in view in a nutshell?
Yes, I think Mr. Joyce certainly is referring to the stopping up. But what almost seems to be forgotten is that Prince's Parade is not disappearing. It will still be there. At the moment, it's an impressive linear feature. You know, the road going all the way along. That will remain the case. There'll be the road of Prince's Parade, which is untouched to the west. There will be, but there will still be the pedestrianised part of Prince's Parade, and the two will still constitute an impressive linear feature. I think it will still be perfectly possible to understand what they were for. And in some ways, pedestrianising Prince's Parade makes it closer to its Victorian conception as a promenade. You know, somewhere you may remember that there were trams that went up and down. Victorian tourists enjoyed walking up and down it, enjoyed access to it, and it wasn't traffic ridden and parked up. Of course, it was a genuine. I think it's possible to think of it as a genuine promenade, and it will be rather closer to that, I think, when it's stopped up.
Thank you. And the tram shelter that exists, can you explain, please, what's happening to the tram shelter as part of the development?
Yes, the tram shelter was mentioned in my statements. To be honest, there were no proposals for that in the planning application itself. But in discharging the conditions of the planning application, more thought is being given to that, and the proposal is now to retain it pretty close to its existing position. You know, to be honest, I'm not sure whether it will have to be moved a little bit because of the because of the wider Prince's Parade, but it will be a feature not surrounded by houses, but within the central park, and close to, as it is at the moment, to Prince's Parade.
Thank you very much. So you've now seen all the campaign groups' evidence and the other objections now. Is there anything there that leads you to change any of the opinions and conclusions that were set out in your proof of evidence?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those were all the questions I have for Mr. McKay, Chief. Sir.
Thank you very much. Just one question from me. So the Historic England comments on the planning permission. Reading through the elements that you've quoted and what's just been discussed, in terms of the road as opposed to the wider development, do they ever explicitly conclude to no objection to that element of the proposal in those words and in those terms?
No, they don't. It simply, I think if you read through all the letters, it's from memory, of course, but I have read through them obviously lots of times and considered and conjugated on it. From memory, it really doesn't emerge as an issue as far as they're concerned. They didn't explicitly say that it causes no harm. On the other hand, they did not explicitly say that it does.
Thank you. And the other question, maybe a better question for the planning witness, but if you can answer it. Just what you mentioned at the end about the tram shelter and in discharging conditions, where exactly is that now? Where do we stand on that?
You mean its position?
So has that been submitted as a discharge condition? Has that been approved by the council? If you don't know, then I'm happy to ask that.
I think I do know.
Okay.
It's not been submitted yet,
Okay.
but I have seen the plans, or if it has, it will only just have been submitted. I mean, these things are all ready to be submitted, and it may well be that by the time this inquiry is wrapped up, that it will have been. But my understanding that as of this moment, it has not been submitted.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moyes.
So, thank you. Mr. McKay, good morning to you. If you could please have to hand your proof, summary proof, the core documents, environmental statement, main report, the cultural heritage chapter, which is page 30 in the document that I've got.
Can you tell me what?
Certainly, it's core document number 10,
Number 10.
environmental statement, main report, August 2017, Peter Rabmel Associates.
Okay.
Yeah. And the 3 general arrangement drawings, the BAM, the contractor drawings, please, if you could have those there. Core documents 88, 89, 90.
88, 90. If you just give me a little while
Of course.
to get these up.
Yep.
So what part of the ES was it, so Mr. Moyes?
I have it in having printed off the core document 10. It is a chapter begins cultural heritage, chapter 6, and it's on page 30 of the environmental statement main report, August 2017. Chapter 6, cultural heritage.
Sorry, I'm trying with the technology to
It's
to get things up.
page 46 on the PDF.
So difference comes on PDFs, right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, page
46 on the PDF, apparently.
46. This is the start of the cultural heritage
Yeah. Yes.
chapter. What paragraph?
Well, just have the document
Yes,
open
okay.
and ready, because
Okay,
I've got some
that's
questions
fine, yeah.
for you from it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, just want to start and pick up on a few things you've just said whilst they're the freshest in mind. You were giving some evidence to the inquiry about some planting
Yes.
in relation to the green. If you have the BAM drawing at page, there's 3 spreading across the site from east to west, the layout drawings. If you have the drawing at the eastern end of the site first, have you?
Sorry, what CD is?
It's I've got it as 88. There's 3 drawings, 88, 89 and 90 in the
88. Yes.
yeah.
That's the one I've got up. Oh no, I've got the western end, which is not the one that you want, is it?
If you work your way through those 3,
Yes. Just bear with me.
sheet 1, sheet 2 and 3. Sheet 3 is the relevant one.
Okay.
Tell me when you've got there.
My computer is trying to open them up.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, it's the eastern end you want to start off with, yeah?
Yes, please. Yep. So, do you have that there?
I do, yeah.
So, you were giving some evidence about the planting in
Yes.
relation to the embankment
Mm-hmm.
and the concept of visual buffer in relation to the Royal Military Canal and the new local distributor road, yes?
Yeah.
When is it envisaged? Well, first of all, how much vegetation is vegetation going to be removed, presumably, before the new planting exercise begins?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And what sort of quantum of removal of vegetation is, in your view, likely to happen?
Well,
in relation to that strip?
I'm not a landscape
No.
expert, and I can't say
Okay.
I've asked that of the landscape expert, but the slope is to be recompacted.
Mm-hmm.
So in my mind, that means the complete removal of, and in fact, the profile is to be changed a little bit.
Yeah.
So in my mind, that means the complete removal of the vegetation for that part.
Right. Okay. And then the next exercise is the replanting.
Yes.
When would you envisage that would happen, and how long would that planting take to form a visual barrier of any?
I'm not a landscape expert,
Okay,
and
of course.
maybe I should have known and asked, but
Don't worry.
But,
no, we have a ecology expert witness.
Yes, I think that's worth asking them.
Okay. Thank you. You described Prince's Parade as an impressive linear feature,
Yes.
and I think if we look up your cultural heritage document, Introduction, Cultural Heritage, this chapter assesses the potential effects relating to cultural heritage and has been prepared by Martin McKay. It should be read in conjunction with the figures and photos presented in Technical Annex 2.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look into that document, we see your description of Prince's Parade at 6.4.3. Prince's Parade was constructed.
Sorry, this is in the technical annex you're talking
No,
about?
it's in your cultural heritage.
Okay,
chapter.
I've got 6.4.
I think it's 6.43.
6.43.
Oh, 6.43, I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
Um,
Prince's Parade was constructed as a sea defensive road in 1881 between Sandgate and Hythe.
yeah.
Horse-drawn tram ran along it as a substitute for the stations on the Sandgate Branch Railway line, which were inconveniently suited for access to the seafront. The tram enjoyed a certain amount of popularity in the summer months as a tourist attraction associated with the Hythe Imperial Hotel, closed in 1911. A single tram shelter remains adjacent to the site. Today the parade remains as an impressive linear road with views over the sea.
Yeah.
Prince's Parade 6.44. Prince's Parade is of local rather than national interest. Nevertheless, it has some interest along with the seafront, the hotel and probably RMC as part of the development of tourism and leisure in the area in a time when these were relatively new activities. Yeah?
Yeah.
You touched upon this in chief.
Yeah.
Now, 800 odd metres of Prince's Parade, if the order is confirmed, a direct consequence of the proposed order is the extinguishment of public vehicular rights of way. In other words, the stopping up, to use a different form of words, of that right. Over possibly getting on for half the length of Prince's Parade.
Yeah.
And the proposal is to have a local distributor road curving round with several bends and raised humps and
Yes.
various bits and pieces that we heard about yesterday to carry the 4,500 vehicles per day that we've heard are estimated to be diverted along this route.
Yeah.
That significant, impressive linear road with views over the sea, that will be lost, would it not, if 50% approximately of it is no longer there and it's no longer linear? It goes round the back of the housing estate by the canal.
I would dispute both of these, actually. It will still be there, albeit with one part that is used by vehicles and one part that isn't. But they will still be seen in distant views, and I think even in closer ones, to be part of a linear feature. And certainly I don't see the new road ever being called Prince's Parade. I think that would still be entirely appropriate to give that name to the pedestrianised part, and in fact the unpedestrianised part that remains that remains in its present position.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said about naming.
I was saying entirely. I don't think anyone is. I think it'd be entirely appropriate to retain the name Prince's Parade for the pedestrianised part. It would also be appropriate to retain that name for the part that will remain unchanged, that runs along the sea. I think that the two will still be seen together as a linear feature. It may be that a site visit helps the inspector decide on that, but that is my firm contention. It's a strong feature at the moment, and I think that will remain so.
But in terms of the linear nature of the road, if you look at...
The new road clearly bends all over the place. There's no disputing that. But the straight section of Prince's Parade, which will become pedestrian, is a continuation and will be seen as a continuation of the untouched bit of Prince's Parade.
Well, it'll be a bit of a mongrel, to use an expression, won't it? You'll have the part from Twist Road car park as you come round past the Imperial.
Yeah.
You'll be coming towards Sandgate for 800 odd metres, and then you'll go into the development site, past the golf course on the west, and you go round all these bends that you've just mentioned, and over raised tables, and round the back of the site that way, and then emerge reasonably near to the Battery Point car park. The part of Prince's Parade that is being stopped up is going to become a promenade, a wider promenade than that which is currently there. So where those features join, as it were, the existing Prince's Parade coming from the Hythe Imperial, suddenly coming into contact with a widened parade as the road then diverts into the side. The impressive linear road will no longer be extant in that sense, will it?
I don't think that is the case. You used the word mongrel, which I think is a particularly strong word, too strong to be blunt.
Okay.
There will clearly be a change of character.
Change of character.
Yes, between the unstopped up bit and the stopped up bit. But I think this linear characteristic is a pretty strong one, and one that will remain very evident despite that, particularly in longer distance views. But I think even as you drive along it, the experience will not be the same. You know, there's no doubting that. But as you drive from the west to the east, you go around the bends. Clearly, you know, what you say is correct. Once you're on the new road, it's a completely different experience. It is not Princess Parade. But as you drive towards that, you will see the continuing pedestrianised parade rolling out in a straight line, just as it always has done, and being seen clearly to be a continuation of the untouched bit, albeit you're quite right with a change of character. But I think that geometry is so strong that despite the change of character, it will continue to be an impressively linear feature.
And there'll be built development on the edge of the carriageway of the part that's proposed to be stopped up, and there'll be the 1 metre splash wall to protect from the sea coming over. Yeah? To what extent, in your opinion, should the inspector reflect upon that in the context of the direct loss of the part of the highway that is proposed to be stopped up in terms of the...
Well, I'm sure the inspector will reflect on that. But I honestly don't think a great deal. I mean, you're absolutely right to point out that there will be built development. Remember, of course, though, that there is a park to the west. The road diverts inland before that, and it's not built development all the way. And in fact, the concept of the development meant in some ways, as I think, as landscape mitigation as much as heritage mitigation, is of clumps of development.
Sorry, Mr. McKay, I didn't hear.
Is of clumps of development.
Clumps of development.
Yeah, that's the way it's described in my statement.
Yes.
And that always has been the concept. You get the open space at the very end, the eastern end of the canal, which remains open. You get the leisure centre and some houses. You then get the central park. You then get lower development, really quite low development to the west of that, and then a large park. So the site is not as if it's developed in its entirety. It's deliberately broken up. So that you retain a sense of development within space, and certainly that's the idea of the concept. And I think it's reasonably successful. I think in that respect.
I'm concerned this is slightly veering into Section 78 questions now.
Sir, of course, I will move on, sir. Could I just ask you one thing about the promenade? And then let's finish on this line of questioning. In terms of the concept of it, the existing promenade is part of the overall Prince's Parade, the carriageway, the protective wall, and the promenade. It may be 19 feet 2 inches wide. It's quite a generous space for people to walk, cycle, etc. up and down, is it not?
Sorry, a small point, but could we stick to metric, please?
Sorry, sir.
Could we stick to metric measurements, please?
So we'll do the conversion and come in with that metric figure.
I'm trying to work that out in my own mind.
I was born in the 80s, not 70s, so I definitely don't understand it very well.
Yes, so we had the evidence from Mr. Fitch yesterday that he'd measured it as 4 to 5 metres.
4 to 5.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, you were asking whether it was wide, and the answer is for a pedestrian promenade, it's reasonably generous.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Mr. McKay, cultural heritage, please, if I could ask you to look at .12, you describe the Royal Military Canal as a scheduled ancient monument, a designated heritage asset of the highest importance.
Yes.
And it's unique and undoubtedly of national significance.
Yes.
You say, yeah.
Yes.
In terms of the surroundings of the heritage asset, you say the surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced, you're quoting from the National Planning Policy Framework at 6.29. Its extent is not fixed and may change as the asset and its surroundings evolve. Elements of a setting may make a positive or negative contribution to the significance of the asset and may affect the ability to appreciate that significance or may be neutral.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
If the order is confirmed, a local distributor road will be built within 13 or 14 metres of the canal at the eastern end of the site. Appreciate it gradually, the gap widens as we go west, and that will carry on the evidence so far an anticipated 4,500 vehicles per each day.
Yes.
From the current Prince's Parade, which will be diverted onto the new road. Focusing purely on the road, on the vehicles which will be travelling up and down that road with car lights, fumes, noise, etc. That is a detrimental impact on how one experiences the heritage asset, is it not?
I've dealt with this actually partly in the proof of evidence under tranquility and visual impact. It may well be detrimental to a small degree on experiencing it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's detrimental to the significance. I mean, bear in mind that tranquility is not a particular attribute of the significance, of the historic significance of the Royal Military Canal. Yes, I think you do have to bear that in mind. The other thing is, of course, I'm sure you've been down to Prince's Parade many times and experienced the extent of traffic along there. I know this is not a science, but I don't find it particularly intimidating or traffic ridden, and nor will I think will the new road be experienced as such. I also think that the position of the Royal Military Canal in itself, down in a trench, and I think most people experience it that way at the eastern end. Given that the site itself is inaccessible, you can't wander between the two. So you're either by the seaside or you're down in the trench, and I think that will remain, and I think that will be reasonably effective with the planting that's envisaged at that eastern end, in retaining some of that sense of seclusion, which, as I say, is not a heritage attribute, but it's nevertheless the way people experience the canal at the moment. And if you want me to say something about lighting, I can.
At the moment, if you could turn up, please, the I think they're your appendices, thank you, in your technical annex
My
to
can
cultural.
you tell me what CD?
Yes, certainly. So it's core document 12, technical annex, cultural heritage.
Okay.
Yep. If you,
I think one thing I mean, sorry, this is, by the way, going back to your sorry, I'm forgetting my train of thought here. Don't worry. Yes, what I was going to say, just bear in mind, of course, that the road has permission. So a lot of the, you know that, of course.
I hadn't lost sight of that.
You haven't lost sight of that. Sorry, of course not. So a lot of the effect will happen anyway. But I guess you're quizzing me on the extra effect of the.
Just so.
Yeah.
So if you look at B, I'm sorry, I'll try and give you a page number. You put in a very helpful series of photographs after your plans. Have you found your technical annex?
I have, yes.
Grateful. Some helpful scheduled ancient monuments and some ordnance survey maps that have been, I think, annotated, and then
yes.
some very helpful further plans with viewpoints, etc., and then a series of photographs.
Yes.
Yeah. If we turn over the photograph, or if you scroll down, the one I wanted to ask you about was B, views along the Royal Military Canal. You've got a second, or the bottom photograph is, I think, is looking back towards the Sea Point Canoe Centre and shows the path with a vegetative bank.
Sorry, is that called, is that view
It's
2?
called Looking East Along the RMC towards the terminus of the RMC. High ground on the site on the right, vegetation.
It's page 10 of the electronic document.
Thank you, sir.
Page, my computer's not telling me what page, I'm being dumb here, so, oh, I see, section B.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is. So, okay, looking east along, towards the terminus. Yep, that's fine. Okay.
Yep. The view from the bridge looking back
Yes.
down the site. We see the, I think it's actually a bridle way, the grassed public right-of-way running alongside the canal.
Yes.
Yeah? Now, at the moment, that's the position. Assuming the stopping up order is made, as we know, there'll be a new local distributor road within between 13, 14 and gradually extending metres of that public right-of-way.
Yeah.
And is it possible to say how or it's inevitable, is it not, that there is a degree of impact on that asset from the use of vehicles, 4,500 odd, in respect of people who are walking along and experiencing the Royal Military Canal on that path?
I actually think it will be very limited. I mean, there will be, bear in mind that this is to be recompacted, there will be much more extensive vegetation and higher vegetation than there is at the moment. You know, trees and shrubs, and that's as you go towards the east. You know, where the embankment is steeper anyway, and you're more in a trench. That makes and that sort of steepness, even though the road is closer.
Yes.
I think means less visual impact. I'll come on to other impacts in a minute. To the west, of course, as you know, the road is set much further away.
Yep.
But I do actually think that from that northern side there will be little visual impact. There might be more, and this is admitting something. There might be more from the. Sorry, I keep talking about the northern side. I'm getting my north and my south mixed up. But I think on that from that southern path, there'll be little visual impact. From the northern side, there might be a bit more, because you get slightly more of a distance away.
But my point is this,
Yeah.
Mr. McKay. If you look back to your Appendix 2, Canal Terminus annotated 1871 to 1890 Ordnance Survey map, this part, this is the start of the Royal Military Canal. This is from a heritage perspective, would you not accept, this is the most significant part of the Royal Military Canal. You've got the ramparts, the drawbridge redoubt. Appreciate not everything is as it was, obviously, back in 1871 and 1890, but you've got the site of the drawbridge, the Shorncliffe Battery, you've got the, on Hospital Hill, you've got the, what's it called, I think it's called you've got the concentration of historic heritage features in relation to the Royal Military Canal.
Yes, that's
is actually at this part of the site, isn't it?
That's understood. Whether it adds up more to the, I guess you could probably, I think it's all of equal significance, but there's, but to use slightly different terminology, there is a lot happening there, and there's a lot of interest, a lot of interesting features, and I think it is. One of the things we certainly hope to do is that's not interpreted well, and a lot has kind of disappeared unnecessarily behind vegetation, and we hope to improve an understanding of that area.
But in terms of experiencing the heritage asset, the Royal Military Canal, would you accept that this is, in some ways, the most important point, beginning of it, where it starts, where the 28-mile stretch was begun to be dug?
It's certainly a very interesting part of it. I'll go as far as that, and there are a lot of features there that are of interest.
And it is the case that it is at this point where there are these very interesting features to be experienced, that the road carrying 4,500 vehicles diverted down it will be at its closest 14 metres approximately.
Yes, there's no arguing with that, yes.
And that is something that, would you accept, goes into the merits balance as a demerit, a harmful consequence, a direct consequence of the proposed stopping up and diversion order?
You can put it in, and you're clearly going to. I think we have to put some parameters on that. I mean, bear in mind that, as I say, it has got permission anyway, so what we're talking about is an additional amount of traffic as the effect that it will have. And I do think that effect will be, it's a 1/3 increase, I think, or is it a 2/3? But it's not a busy road at the moment, and it's Princess Parade. You can go and experience that. I certainly don't think that extra traffic will be devastating.
Not devastating.
Not devastating, and I don't think it will be very harmful, if at all. When you narrow it down to these parameters, I can quite understand objectors not wanting the idea of a road anyway. But as I say, that has got permission. It's the additional traffic that we're talking about.
Correct.
And I think when you narrow it down to that, I really don't think that there will be very much of an effect on that part of the canal.
Okay. Bear with me. Please bear with me a moment. Bear with me one moment. I'm just checking, Mr. McKay, if there are any further points for you. Please give me one moment.
Sorry, I'm interrupting, but one thing one thing has just occurred to me, which is maybe worth mentioning. Certainly, when you stand at the eastern end of the canal there, in that little basin just beyond it, what you're very aware of is the noise of the main road at that point, and is what makes it less tranquil. And that main road, of course, I haven't got the figures, but I'm sure they could be provided, is an awful lot busier than the new road will be. It's a proper trunk road as opposed to this.
The Seabrook Road.
Yes, indeed, exactly. Yeah. Don't test me with asking me the comparison figures, but it will be many. I hope I'm not exaggerating too much, but it'll be many times greater than the 4,500 or 4,800 cars you refer to.
Of course, bear with me one second. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. McKay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, we can head straight back to the re-examination.
Thank you, sir. Just a few points, if I may. Again, picking them up chronologically. The inspector asked you a question about whether Historic England had explicitly stated that they had no objection to the location of the road. Can I ask you, please, would you have expected Historic England to have raised the position of the road in the development if they had concerns about it, in light, in particular, of what they had said at the pre-application stage?
Absolutely, yes. If they were concerned about the position of the road, they would have said so very clearly, loudly and bluntly. But the fact is, they didn't.
Thank you. Then in relation to Prince's Parade, you were asked questions, I think this is the mongrel point, about the change from a modern road to the promenade. And you said clearly there would be a change of character between the unstopped up part and the stopped up part.
Yes.
Can you please say whether you would regard that change of character as a positive or a negative or neutral in heritage terms?
Yes. You might not like my answer entirely, but I think it is both positive and negative at the same time. So that's sorry.
No, well, that's fine. Please explain.
Sorry, that's I guess, you ask an expert. You always get it depends, don't you?
So yes, please explain.
Yes, I will. Yes, I think there is a very positive aspect to it in that promenade. I'm quite excited about it, actually. I think it will be closer to the way the Victorians and the Edwardians used the promenade, and I think that will be both good fun and a heritage benefit. I will concede very, very slightly on the mongrel point, which puts it far too strongly, that term. But that change of character will obscure, I think, to a very small extent, the quality of this road as a singular feature. But I think its geometry is so strong that that will still be a dominant character.
Thank you.
So a very, very minor negative, if you like.
No, that's absolutely fine. Nothing is ever perfect. And then you were asked, now asking about the Royal Military Canal, about the experience of it for people who are walking on the public right-of-way to the south of the Royal Military Canal in terms of
Yes.
noise and car lights, etc. And you cover, I think it's section C of your proof, the peace and tranquility point. You had made comments in cross-examination on the experience of people, as it were, in that location. But can you please explain what effect of that, what the effect of that would be in heritage significance terms for the RMC?
Yes, I think I made that point before, but I'll make it clearer. The proof is quite explicit in saying that tranquility is not an attribute that's linked to the significance of the canal. It may well be that there's a change in that experience, but I don't think that that diminishes the significance of the canal.
Thank you. So those are all the questions I had for Mr. McKay in re-examination. I don't know, so whether you've got any further questions.
No further questions for myself. So thank you very much, Mr. McKay, and thank you again for attending, given your issues at the moment, your illness.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks.
Can we, I appreciate timing, because Mr. McKay is being excused and will need to pack up. I wonder, even if it's a little bit early, it may be appropriate to take a mid-morning break now just to enable him to clear the decks, as it were, and leave the inquiry.
Absolutely, and yes, it's the end of the witness, so it seems sensible to me for that to take place now. So it's 10:47. If perhaps we return at 11:05, is that okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the inquiry is adjourned and will resume at 11:05. Thank you.
ask you, I'm just going to make sure this is going to everywhere else as well.
Do you want me to go take it where he's sitting?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you to take it where it's sitting.
Yeah.
And then just turn it down.
Testing, testing. Talking for you, Tony. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry, sir, do you mind if I just step across you?
Oh, sorry.
Just going to go to where you're sitting, making sure we're okay. 1, 2. Testing, Tony. 1, 2. Going to keep testing for you. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Give me the thumbs up when you're happy, Tony. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. When you're happy, Tony, just give me a thumbs up. 1, 2. Perfect. Keep going for us.
Testing, testing.
Happy, Tony?
Just for the benefit, particularly of the other side, if you could
Yes.
still speak quite clearly and quite
Certainly. Okay.
As much
Certainly.
as anything else, it's for the broadcast onto
Right.
online.
Okay. I'll try and speak up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, in any breaks, if you want to turn the mic off,
Oh, yes, I will.
just come to us, we'll take it off.
Okay, the time is 11:05 and the inquiry is resumed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I can confirm that the drawing that Mr. McKay referred to, the updated version of his Appendix A, has been emailed to Mr. Moyes and the Programme Officer, so hopefully that will make its way through to you, sir. We propose now to call Mr. Andrews, if that's acceptable.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. Andrews, your qualifications, your proof of evidence, you tell us that you're a chartered environmentalist, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. You have a bachelor's degree in natural sciences from Cambridge, where you specialised in ecology, and you've worked in ecology, environmental science and wildlife conservation for 28 years in the public and private sectors, including leading and mentoring teams of professional ecologists and reviewing their work. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Your experience includes, as we see from paragraph 1.2 of your proof, the assessment of ecological, including biodiversity impact through a range of development projects. And in that respect, in relation to highways changes, you were from 2006 to 2015 the team leader, technical director and lead ecologist of a team of consultant ecologists working for Kent County Council Highways under their framework contracts. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And in that period, you worked on and led many ecological surveys and impact assessments of highway schemes throughout Kent. And indeed, prior to that, you were the Environment Agency's technical specialist for biodiversity for the Kent area, which included assessing the ecological impacts of development on water bodies throughout the county and indeed the wider region, and have had other consultancy roles, including ecological impact assessments of residential and commercial developments, including previously developed sites, waste sites, and those sites that are now semi-natural habitat. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So your proof of evidence, can you just confirm for us, please, that the opinions and conclusions that you've set out there are true and correct?
They are.
Thank you. Now, you've given us a summary of your proof of evidence, which is within the proof on pages 2 and 3. So I'll ask you, please, to read that summary. You can probably skip the first paragraph because we've dealt with your qualifications.
Okay. Yeah. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes.
The evidence relating to biodiversity presented here is based on my review of Objector's comments and is informed by the ecological information submitted and consented under planning application reference Y171042SH, which I refer to as the development. I have had regard to relevant representations on the planning application from Kent County Council's ecologists, Natural England, Kent Wildlife Trust, and the Environment Agency. Only impacts that are a direct consequence of the closure of Prince's Parade and the resulting diversion of its vehicle traffic are relevant to the Section 247 application and inquiry. Consequently, the primary focus of my proof of evidence relates only to matters concerning the ecological effects of that portion of traffic arising from diverting Prince's Parade along the new road, the traffic along the new road. I do deal with other matters in this proof of evidence as they have been raised by objectors to explain that they do not arise as a result of the stopping up and diversion order, or that the point is misconceived, or that it is answered by the material provided in relation to the planning application. So the concerns of the objectors are mostly non-specific and largely refer to effects on wildlife, flora and fauna, ecology, and biodiversity in general. A limited number of the objections refer more specifically to the following sources of impact, which appear to relate largely to the Royal Military Canal and its constituent wildlife: water pollution, traffic emissions, litter, noise, light, and a reduced ecological buffer. Ecological impact assessment for planning and development purposes should focus on important ecological features, i.e. those that are legally protected and/or scarce features that are recognized as a priority for biodiversity conservation, rather than all wildlife. A significant effect is a discernible effect on A, the abundance and distribution at or above the decision-making scale, which is normally district scale, of important species populations and habitats, or on the integrity of sites formerly designated for biodiversity conservation. So, no significant adverse ecological impacts on the Royal Military Canal local wildlife site and its aquatic wildlife, including fish, invertebrates, and plants, due to contaminated surface water runoff will occur, because the surface drainage is no longer going to be discharged to the canal. Instead, it will go to the sea. Even without this recent change, discharge to the Royal Military Canal under the formerly proposed drainage scheme would have been mitigated to prevent pollution of the canal. The aquatic habitat is already nutrient enriched and eutrophic, and therefore its biodiversity interest is highly unlikely to be significantly affected by the amount of airborne nutrients likely to arise from the closer diversion-related traffic emissions. The Royal Military Canal is currently in frequent use by pedestrians, including dog walkers, for recreation. It is a popular amenity site. It is my view that such activity, plus the site's historic landfilled waste, is the main source of any litter, and by that I mean solid waste, that could affect wildlife rather than any vehicle traffic using the new road. The additional noise caused by the closure and diversion of Prince's Parade onto the new traffic-calmed road is highly unlikely to materially change the level of any disturbance effect on species conservation status brought about by the other aspects of the development. No particularly noise-sensitive important bird species were identified in the environmental statement, which is core document 10, and badgers are known to be relatively traffic noise tolerant. The current baseline levels of human activity in the vicinity of the canal, combined with the noise effects of the development in the construction and operational phases, will create an overall noise environment within which the diverted traffic from Prince's Parade will become a relatively insignificant part, at least in relation to its effect on animal populations and therefore biodiversity. Mitigation measures will be implemented to reduce the effects of nighttime lighting upon foraging bats by reducing illumination of bat foraging habitat to an illuminance of below 1 lux, which is the equivalent of a full moon on a clear night. Significant impacts on bats have been recorded from as low as 3.6 lux, and I refer to a paper by Stone and colleagues, but apparently not lower. Kent County Council's ecologists are reported to be satisfied with the proposed lighting measures for phase 1 of the development, which includes the construction of the new road, and I refer there to CD, or core document 93. Residual road-related mortality of important road-vulnerable species, such as common toads, will not be of a magnitude that will affect the population nor the conservation status within the local area. Mitigation measures will be employed within the design of the new road, and the retained and created terrestrial habitat that such species use will be on the canal side of the new road. I refer to core document 96 there, thus reducing the need for them to cross the new road to and from their canal breeding habitat. The entire on-site ecological buffer provided by retained and created habitat, which is referred to as linear and western parks in the design, will be sufficient to fulfill its purpose in protecting the biodiversity interest of the canal. The Environment Agency agreed this in their statement, and I quote, "The buffer zone shown in the mitigation strategy document is acceptable. Although the buffer zone tapers towards the eastern end of the site, the green space available at the western end of the site is wide enough to compensate for this narrowing," end of quote. Furthermore, Kent Wildlife Trust refer in core document 47 to an adequate width of ecological buffer between the development and the canal as being, I quote, "ideally at least 15 meters." From my measurements, approximately 85% of the new road's lengths meets and mostly exceeds this ideal minimum. Of the 15% of the new road length that does not, approximately half of this, located within the section approved as detailed design, is situated near where there is an existing car park, canoe centre, and children's playground, approximately 16 metres from the canal, to which the canal's wildlife will already have had to become habituated. In conclusion, the stopping up and diversion order does not cause or materially exacerbate the ecological points which are raised by objectors, which largely relate to the approved development as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. There's a couple of points I'd like to ask you to clarify in relation to your proof. The first one is page 12, and it is paragraph 5.9. And this is where you're referring to the drainage. And as you explained in your summary, that's going under the EA's preferred alternative to the sea. Now, about 5 lines down in 5.9, you say a majority of the drainage is no longer going to be discharged to the canal. Do you see that? Can you just explain the position there, and in particular what you mean by the word majority?
Yes. So the reason I use the term majority there is it's based on consultation I had with the drainage engineers who are developing a drainage strategy, which at the time of writing was yet to be submitted. And the reason for majority was simply to reflect the fact that the northern embankment that slopes down to the canal towpath will be retained largely as habitat, and its drainage will function very much as it currently does. So it's a slope, it will continue to be a slope, and drainage on that thin part of the site will continue potentially to drain towards the canal, as it does now. But I can confirm that the area of the site that is going to be developed, and in particular the new road, will drain entirely to the sea. That is the current plan.
Thank you. And what's the position in relation to discussions recently about the drainage strategy with the Environment Agency and Kent County Council?
My understanding is that the Environment Agency and Kent County Council, as the lead flood authority, are both in favour of that alternative option that is now being pursued. They have always, the Environment Agency in particular, have always been very keen to see the drainage directed, towards the sea, and that is now the case. So I believe that to be something that they positively want from this.
Thank you very much. Then moving on in your proof, 543. We're dealing with road lighting here. The last sentence of that, you say further road lighting reductions are currently being considered by the design team for the highways design pre-commencement condition. Yep.
Yes.
And then 548, you say a similar thing. The start of that sentence, the detailed lighting strategy for the operational stage of the proposed development is currently being developed by the design team to address planning condition 18. Yep.
Yes.
Then you mention it again in 567. Towards the end of that paragraph, I think 3 lines up, you say, you refer to detailed design work underway, shown on the plans referenced in the planning permission, as shown on the appended draft detailed lighting layout drawings.
Yes.
Now, the inspector may well have noticed that you did not, in fact, append draft detailed lighting layout drawings. Could you just explain what happened in relation to that when you were preparing your proof?
Of course, and my apologies for any confusion that this might have caused. It was simply that in the initial stages of writing my proof, when I was liaising with the lighting design engineers, initially I thought it might be helpful to you, sir, to see the developing plans for lighting, because it actually showed quite a reassuring picture. However, on reflection and on further discussion, it was clear that that design was very fluid. And in fact, that there were measures being taken to improve on that situation substantially. And so what I didn't want to do is include a drawing which was almost certainly by this point in time going to be out of date, and also show a situation which was likely to be worse than will be realized on site. The other reason I thought to withdraw, which was more of an aside, is that based on your note of the pre-inquiry meeting, that lighting was one of the matters that wouldn't be particularly relevant to this inquiry.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you now to pick up the question that I think was asked to Mr. McKay in his cross-examination about planting. And this, we're talking about here the replacement planting on the recompacted embankment, which I think is a couple of 100 metres, the figures given in Mr. McKay's proof.
That's right.
Can you explain, please, for the inspector, what is planned by way of that replacement planting?
Yes, so the section of bank that we're talking about, which Mr. McKay outlined very clearly, which I think is approximately, if you like, the first 200 metres from the eastern end of the scheme, will require the existing vegetation to be removed and the slope to be treated to stabilise it. And therefore it will start as, if you like, a clean slate. And that's going to be planted with a mixture of trees and shrubs. I think the question that was raised by Mr. Moyes was to do with rates of growth and so on and so forth on that. So my discussions with the landscape architect who is working on the scheme suggests that we would see growths of the planted trees. There will be very young trees initially, probably about 600 to 800 millimetres to begin with. And then the rate of growth would be up to about 0.5 metre per year. So that by year 5, we would be dealing with trees and shrubs that would be, say, about 3 metres. Now, obviously, that's very dependent on soil conditions, on exposure, on all kinds of factors that are very difficult to predict. But as a rough guide, one could expect about 3 metres height by year 5. And it is the landscape architect's position or understanding that views, if you like, from the Royal Military Canal will be effectively screened by year 5 of that growth.
Thank you. So then we've had a number of points that have been raised in proofs of evidence from the campaign group. Because none of that evidence has been withdrawn as matters stand, I'm going to need to ask you about it. Mm-hmm. And the Chris Farrell's proof, I don't know if you want to have that to hand, but her proof, I think at page 4 at the top, in relation to impacts of the road, refers to the blaze of headlights.
Yes,
you see that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Can you explain, setting aside the issue of whether or not that is right in terms of what would be experienced, even if Chris Farrell is right, what additional impact on biodiversity would there be from the additional traffic that would be diverted over the new road and its headlights?
Very little. And the reason for that, perhaps if I could explain the slightly longer answer. Firstly, the development will obviously include, as we have heard and discussed, there will be street lighting. So there will be a source of light along the road already, which will be a more constant light, to which the wildlife, nocturnal wildlife, will have to either avoid or adapt to. As I've mentioned, that is likely to be relatively insignificant, however, due to the measures, the mitigations that have been taken. The blaze of headlights issue, there will be, over most of the road's length, effective screening, obviously at the eastern end, over that final 200 metres. That screening will take some time to mature to a point where it is as effective as one hopes. but in the long run, that tree cover will dampen and buffer effectively the effects of headlights. But one of the things that's particularly critical to understand is that the wildlife, nocturnal wildlife that's sensitive, and bats are perhaps the key issue here, bat foraging activity, is that bats tend to emerge from their roosts during their active period quite late in the evening, after sunset, generally. So, for example, common pipistrelles will emerge some 20 to 40 minutes after sunset, generally. Obviously, there are exceptions. And if we look at the times of year when they are active, or most active and foraging, that is from May to August is the principal period of activity for bats, although it extends longer than that. Sunset is actually quite late in the day. So towards the end of June, you're looking at getting on towards 9:30 before the sun sets. So bats really aren't starting to emerge and start their foraging activity until close to 10 o'clock at night. And likewise, they return to their roosts normally before sunrise. And again, in the summer, and if I take June as an example, that would generally be around 4:30 in the morning. So bats' main period of activity, if we take that rough time scale between, say, 10 and 4:30, is when there's actually relatively little traffic on a road like this, in an environment like this. There isn't I don't believe, a particularly busy nighttime economy in this part of Hythe, and I think that I don't have any facts or figures to back this up, but I believe common sense and common experience would suggest that at the times that bats are foraging and might be disturbed by headlights, there would be very little traffic on the road. And finally, I'd like to add that headlights, unlike lighting, street lighting, headlights are a very, very transient effect. The passing of headlights is a matter of seconds. As we say, with the very low flows of traffic at night when it becomes an important factor, obviously that means that it's an effect which is unlikely to be significant.
Thank you. And then page 5 of Chris Farrell's proof, at the top, there's a description of the activity next to the local wildlife site. Would you like to comment, please, on what that means for the potential for disturbance to wildlife from the use of the new road by diverted traffic?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a really important question or point to make, I suppose. And that is that we're not dealing with an undisturbed environment, particularly at the far eastern end of the Royal Military Canal. It is a busy site. I've mentioned that in my proof. And Chris Farrell mentions it in her proof of evidence. It is, to quote from her proof of evidence, it has always been a popular place of free recreation, a lifeline to thousands of people during lockdown. There are many dog walkers, runners, joggers, walking groups, anglers, cyclists, babies in prams, families, horse riders, and so on. And on the water, those are my words, on the water, there are kayakers, canoeists, and paddleboarders who use the water. So it's actually quite a busy site, particularly during the summer, the spring and summer months, and particularly at that far eastern end. So in terms of tranquility, we've heard about tranquility and that therefore the effect on people. But in terms of wildlife, one of the most alarming things I can imagine for waterfowl, for example, birds which nest and float on the water and within the reedy margins of water, is, for example, a flotilla of brightly colored kayaks with paddles splashing in the water operating around them. Or what is also extremely alarming to wildlife is the presence of a large Labrador jumping into the canal after a stick, or even walking along the bank. So the wildlife which exists on the Royal Military Canal is adapted. It would have to be habituated to regular human disturbance at very close quarters. And that disturbance is actually more disturbing than a human being in a car, a steady flow of traffic situated above, behind a screen of shrubbery and trees. I think everybody would recognize from television, or if they're lucky enough to have been able to take part in an African safari, animals become very alert when a human being steps out of a vehicle, but within a vehicle, they can become quite used to, quite habituated to that. And because they perceive that human being, that human form, the human scent, or the scent of a dog as being much more threatening. So I think that in terms of its effect on biodiversity, Chris Farrell's proof really kind of proves a point that I wanted to try and make, is that it actually is quite a busy site, and it's not by any means free of disturbance as animals would see it.
Thank you very much. Now we've got the proof of evidence from Martin Wybrow as well. I'm going to ask you to comment on some points in there. And this does obviously go a lot wider into what the inspectors called Section 78 territory, but the evidence has not been withdrawn, so we need to deal with it. You'll see in paragraph 2.1,
Yes.
if you've got Martin Wybrow's proof of evidence,
Yep.
reference there to the adequacy of ecological mitigation measures for the development, which of course includes the road.
Yes.
What's your view, just in a nutshell, please, on the adequacy of ecological mitigation measures for the development, including the road?
I think that view is entirely wrong. I think the mitigation, and I've reviewed it quite intensely, is more than adequate.
And then if we think about the residual impacts on biodiversity from the development, including the road, with that mitigation applied to it, what's your view on the acceptability of those residual impacts?
Well, the residual impacts are almost entirely negligible, so yes, they are acceptable in my view.
Thank you. Then 2.5 and 2.6, Mr. Wybrow refers to the preliminary ecological appraisal. Can you help the inspector, please, with whether he is correct to say there has been no preliminary ecological appraisal in relation to the road?
I can help, yes. So, sir, that statement is actually wrong. And if one were to look at paragraph 7.32 of the environmental statement, so core document 10, I don't know if, but you would see that a preliminary ecological appraisal was one of the first pieces of work undertaken by Lloyd Bohr back in 2015 by Dr. David Smith, based on the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management's methodology.
Thank you. And we're here talking about a preliminary ecological appraisal. When should a preliminary ecological appraisal be undertaken?
Yeah, well, I suppose, the clue is in the title. It's a preliminary assessment. So as ecologists, one of the first things we would do when we're first introduced to a site is to undertake a preliminary ecological appraisal. It's the first stage. And the aim of a preliminary ecological appraisal is not to conduct detailed surveys, but to effectively scope the site, to identify the likely issues for biodiversity, and then to recommend a whole suite of further surveys, assessment, and mitigation. And so it would be inappropriate to undertake a preliminary ecological appraisal at a very late stage, after most of those more detailed surveys, assessments, and mitigation design had actually been done. I think what, to be fair, what Mr. Wybrow was referring to was the ecological methods statement, which said that no preliminary ecological appraisal had been done, but that was deliberate because the ecological method statement contains the information that was required to discharge condition 16. In other words, an updated baseline to make sure that the site hadn't changed significantly since the original preliminary ecological appraisal had been undertaken. And the result of that is in my appendix 1, my only appendix to my proof, which is a letter and a vegetation survey map confirming that the site hasn't materially changed since those early surveys.
Okay, sorry, just on that last point. So the condition 16 EMA says an OP preliminary ecological appraisal, but you say that's due to. Could you mind just repeating that just to make sure I've
Yes,
got my
sorry.
note correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit complex. So the original condition, I believe it's condition 15, was that a updated preliminary ecological appraisal be submitted. And it was agreed that that condition could be discharged by information contained in the ecological method statement, which also fulfilled condition 16, I believe, in that ecological method statement contained information on an updated baseline. So that the process, if you like, the effective product of a preliminary ecological appraisal was contained in the information submitted, and it was on that basis that the local authority was able to approve the submission and the discharge of those conditions.
Okay, so where do we stand on conditions 15 and 16 in terms of them being discharged?
They have been discharged.
I think they have been discharged for the first phase of development,
yes.
which includes the construction of the road.
So I'm going to make sure I've understood this correctly. So the information submitted with the ES was, in effect, a preliminary a PEA, which then needs to be updated at each phase as per conditions 15 and 16. Or not?
I don't believe it has to be. I would need to check
Okay.
that myself. I know that it needed to be provided, and it was discharged for phase 1, as Mr. Honey has just confirmed. I would need to check whether that needs to be further updated.
So just to be absolutely clear, there was a preliminary ecological appraisal done for the ES. In relation to condition 15, there is in condition 15 reference to the need for a preliminary ecological appraisal to be carried out, the results and recommendations of which shall inform a review or update of the detailed mitigation strategy to be submitted as part of condition 16. And then, so if you have the officer's report on that discharge, which is CD 93, that explains the position in, I think, paragraph 3.2.
Okay, I'll load that up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Andrews, how much more information on ecology is available now compared to what you would get in a preliminary ecological appraisal?
Vastly more. So since that preliminary ecological appraisal was undertaken in 2015, all of the surveys, all of the species surveys and more detailed habitat surveys that have been conducted and which were submitted with the planning application and with subsequent requirements under condition have taken place. And these include a host of surveys, including reptile, badger, invertebrate, nesting bird surveys, so on and so forth. To answer your question succinctly, almost all of the surveys have taken place since that point.
Thank you very much. Now, in relation to section 3 of Mr. Whitebrow's proof, he refers there to habitat removal. So, for example, 3.6, it's the dense scrub, 3.7, the on-site grassland, for example. What elements of the project cause that habitat removal?
Those are entirely related to the approved development. They're not related to the stopping up and diversion order.
Thank you. And we know there are various conditions on the planning permission that govern habitat creation. So there's, I think, condition 26 for a construction environmental management plan.
Yes.
Condition 17 for habitat creation, and then there's also condition 47 for an ecological management plan. Do you call those?
Yes.
What will be the position in relation to on-site habitats after the completion of the project, in a nutshell, from your point of view?
There will be substantial compensatory habitat developed. There is a combination of retained habitat along the northern banks and parts of the western part of the site. There will be areas of new habitat, and then there will be areas of enhanced habitat. These are all shown on the landscaping plans. I'm referring specifically to CD, or core document 96, where all of these are clearly shown. And so overall, there will certainly be no loss of biodiversity, in my opinion, either on the site or in the adjacent Royal Military Canal.
Thank you. Then Mr. Wybrow refers at 3.5 of his proof of evidence to there being no wintering bird survey. Can you explain why that was not done?
Yes, I can. So the wintering bird survey was scoped out early on based on a review of species records, so historic records of birds within the project area, and on an assessment of the habitat quality for wintering birds. And it is a right and proper part of any ecological impact assessment to scope issues in or out, or potential impacts in or out. I can probably do no better than to point you to a very full and in my view, very accurate response and very appropriate response when Kent County Council questioned this very same thing. And I have, if you would like me to, sir, I can read out the response from Lloyd Bohr, who were the ecologists at the time, who chose not to undertake.
Is this a core document?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
What's the...
So it is CD 23. It's a letter from Lloyd Bohr to Shepway District Council, as they were then.
Yes, please. Please do. I mean, just key X, whatever you think is necessary.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and keep it. So if you look at page 2 of that letter, you will see a subheading wintering birds near the top. I'll just pick out the key paragraphs, which I think explain the position and which match my own opinion. The on-site habitats are not suitable for use by passage or wintering species associated with the special protection areas at Dungeness and Sandwich. And whilst individual birds may occasionally use the beach habitat close to the site, historical bird sightings and the suitability of the site indicate that the off-site area of beach habitat is not likely to be of importance or used regularly by significant numbers of breeding, passage or wintering bird species associated with the above SPAs. I'll go on further below, just skipping ahead. The adjacent section of the Royal Military Canal is well used by walkers and dog walkers, which is a point I've made earlier. This canal section is not of a sufficient size and does not provide suitable refuges for substantial aggregations of wintering waterfowl. For these reasons, it is highly unlikely the adjacent section of the RMC supports any important assemblages of wintering waterbirds. In summary, the habitats present on and adjacent to the application site are unlikely to support important assemblages of wintering waterbirds. Therefore, the application site and adjacent habitats are unlikely to be of importance for wintering birds. For this reason, wintering birds were scoped out of the assessment, and no further survey, assessment, or mitigation is required with regards to wintering birds.
Thank you very much. Now, in relation to lighting, then, there's a section on street lighting in section 6 of Mr. Wybrown's proof. Do you see that?
Sorry. Yes, section 6, street lighting.
Is he correct to say that there's no mitigation proposed in relation to street lighting?
No, he's not.
What is the position in relation to the conditions on the planning permission and lighting?
Yes, so the lighting is subject to condition 18, I believe. Just check that.
I think let's have a look at the conditions just briefly. It's CD2. We've got condition 18 that you've just mentioned, which is for a street lighting plan and a lighting design plan for biodiversity. Do you see that?
Yes.
Condition 18, there's a long list of things, A to E,
Yes.
as to what needs to be covered. Then also 26, for the construction environment management plan, also includes points there in relation to lighting. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I think there's 50 as well to pick up, which prevents the installation of additional external lighting.
Yes.
So we've got those three conditions. What then is the position in relation to whether there is going to be no mitigation proposed for lighting?
That would be inaccurate.
Thank you. We saw the submission, I just took the inspector to it, on the discharge of conditions 15 and 16, which went to, I think, the Planning Committee in August 2021. What's the position in relation to that covering the road?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand the
Yeah,
question.
so the submission that went in to discharge conditions 15 and 16,
Yes.
that went to the Planning Committee in August this year, did that submission relate to the road at all?
That submission related to the entire development, including the road.
Okay, so it included the road.
Yes.
And in terms of the issues that were raised there, for example, you've talked about bats earlier. Did that cover lighting issues?
Yes, it did, yeah.
And what was Kent County Council's position in relation to the lighting measures that were proposed in that submission?
They were satisfied. So if CD 93, the summary, states that Kent County Council's Ecological Advice Service have confirmed that the submitted details are acceptable, and as such, the application can be approved. And then I think later in the note, in core document 93, they talk specifically about the lighting on paragraph 7.8, and they say, or rather it is reported that Kent County Council are satisfied with the proposed lighting measures detailed within the submission.
Thank you very much. And then there's a comment, I think, from Mr. Wybrow at 6.6 in his proof of evidence, that the 1 lux figure, which I think you referred to in your summary, does not cover street lighting. So he says the below 1 lux modelling seems to be related to light spill from the development, not the road, as far as I can tell. Do you see that?
Sorry, could you tell me which paragraph?
So it's
Number
paragraph 6.6 of
6.6.
Mr. Wybrow's proof of evidence towards the bottom of page 5.
I see, yes. We query if this is something that can, 1 lux seems to be related to light spill from the development per se, not the road. No, that's incorrect. That includes the road.
Thank you. So we've had all the evidence in now from the campaign group and others as well. Is there anything in there that has led you to change any of the opinions and conclusions that you set out in your proof of evidence?
No, there isn't.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's everything I had for Mr. Andrews in Chief.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick questions from me. Condition 21 discharge, which I think is the one for the drainage, what's the status of that, please?
As far as I know, from the last time I had contact with the project team, the drainage strategy to discharge condition had not yet been submitted. It was still in development.
Thank you. And just a question on headlights.
Yes.
Because obviously that goes to the heart of the extra traffic point. Did Kent County Council, in their responsibility as the ecologist, did they comment specifically on headlights as opposed to street lights?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And is that something they would normally comment on?
No. No, it's headlights is not something that is normally factored into an assessment to a great deal. It's generally the street lighting, more permanent constant lighting, which is examined and for which most of the research and assessment has been done.
So you wouldn't normally expect them to?
No, not in my experience.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, yes, if I could turn to Mr. Moyes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Andrews, if you could have before you the ecological mitigation strategy, core document 94 that I think has been touched upon. Please, together with the ecological appendix, which is core document, bear with me, I think it's 11, it might be 116. I think
that's his open space strategy.
I'm sorry, sir. It's yeah. Don't trouble yourself with Appendix 4 at the moment. Ecology, Kent County Council. I think I can get to the point another way. If I could just ask you a few questions, please. In relation to the drainage to the sea as opposed to the Royal Military Canal issue, is it within your knowledge that planning permission is required for that possibility to occur?
I'm not a planning expert,
No,
so I'd have
of
to
course.
leave that to
Of course.
Mr.
Yeah.
Wybrow.
Assuming
Woodhead.
that planning permission is required to facilitate the outflow to the sea instead of to the Royal Military Canal, and that planning permission isn't granted, and there's a reversion back to the other option of discharge to the Royal Military Canal. To what extent should that be, or to what extent is that a relevant consideration in relation to ecological impact? You've discussed the nature and qualities of the water environment in the canal. To what extent, if that possibility came to pass, would that be a concern in your view?
Okay, well, I will answer that obviously as an ecologist rather than a planner. But as an ecologist, if my assumption would be that, and indeed, sorry, I'll rephrase that. My assumption would be that that wouldn't be accepted unless the issues of water quality and the impact on the Royal Military Canal in terms of water quality and therefore on biodiversity were resolved to the satisfaction of the Environment Agency. And I believe that prior to the shift in approach to putting the surface water to sea, the Environment Agency eventually came to the decision that they would remove their objection to that. So they actually were able to give their approval of that with the mitigation.
On the basis that it would be discharged to the sea and not the canal?
No, to the canal. Earlier...
I misunderstood your answer. Sorry, could you repeat your answer? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, it might be helpful if I point you to a relevant core document.
Thank you.
If I can just find it. So... Okay, I believe it is core document 56.
Core document 56, thank you.
Which is a letter from the Environment Agency to Folkestone and Hythe District Council.
Thank you.
Can I say, having the sea in the background while people are searching for documents is quite a relaxing way to fit an interlude.
Yes.
The 17th of January 2019.
That's it. That's correct.
So, referring to.
So if in response to your question, I could draw your attention to the first section, second of the main paragraphs, where it says, we can confirm that we are now able to withdraw our outstanding objection to a surface water strategy that would be partially dependent on a discharge to the Royal Military Canal.
Okay. Thank you. In relation to the planting, you gave some evidence about the length of time the planting would take to grow. By year 5, trees and shrubs would be up to 3 metres, is my note of your evidence. In terms of timescales, can you assist with the phasing proposals in terms of when physically those works would commence, that compacting, stripping off the existing vegetation, compacting, and then the replanting? Are you able to assist in that regard?
I'm afraid I probably am not. No,
okay.
I'm afraid I don't have that detail to hand.
But your evidence is it would take 5 years from whenever you can't assist with when that replanting
From,
would start, but
from planting to reach, yes, I mean, approximately 3 metres height. And that is information which is obviously been relayed to me from the landscape architect of the scheme. I'm not a landscape architect or a horticulturalist, so I'm reliant on...
Understood. Bear with me, please, Mr. Andrews, a moment. Just bear with me one moment. Yeah, no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. So yes, now opportunity for re-examination.
Yeah, just a couple of points, if I may, for Mr. Andrews. The first one, you were asked questions by the inspector in relation to headlights and Kent County Council Ecology not commenting. You said you wouldn't expect them to comment.
Right.
Can you just explain why you would not expect KCC to comment in relation to the impact of headlights?
Well, in my experience, the issue of headlights, and particularly for a road of this relatively small size and relatively low flow of traffic, is not normally scoped in as an issue for ecology. And I suspect it for the very reasons which I've outlined, to do with the timing, the seasonality of bat activity, nocturnally sensitive wildlife, and the transient nature of headlights illuminating habitat. Whereas the focus in terms of lighting disturbance has, in my experience, almost always been on permanent street lighting.
So does the absence of any explicit comment from KCC set any alarm bells ringing for you?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. And then in relation to the drainage strategy, I won't go back over what we've had, but we saw that letter from the Environment Agency in CD 56. We've also seen the Environment Agency's comments in the August officers' report, which I think was CD 93, which included drainage, and you've told us in your examination in chief of the recent discussions that there have been between the drainage engineers and Kent County Council,
yes,
and indeed the Environment Agency. So what do you expect the outcome to be of the proposal to discharge conditions in due course for drainage that runs to the sea rather than the Royal Military Canal?
I have no reason to believe that anything other than drainage to the sea will occur. That is what I understand the project team are working on. It has the approval of the Environment Agency and Kent County Council, and I don't see any reason why that won't be possible. But I'm not, I hesitate to say I'm not a drainage engineer or a planner, so that's, I will qualify my statement.
Thank you, sir. Those were all the questions I had.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the time. It's just gone midday. Next would be the planning witness. I'm in your hands, really. I'm happy to have evidence in chief before lunch, or to have an early lunch and then just have the witness after lunch in one broken session.
Mr. Moyes is indicating, but I can't tell what he's saying, so let's hear what Mr. Moyes says first.
So, well, sure, I've got this microphone. So it seemed to me that as we started early, it might be sensible to have an earlier lunch, and it seems like, and that feels to me like a natural break, and then I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to deal with Mr. Woodhead's evidence in the afternoon.
So I'm very happy to go with Mr. Moyes' preference on that, if you are content to.
Okay, thank you. In that case, can I suggest that we break now and we resume at 1 o'clock?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. So the inquiry is adjourned and will resume at 1. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The time is 1 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed.
Thank you very much, sir. We were going to call our last witness, Mr. Woodhead, next.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Woodhead, you are a Director of Planning at DHA, Chartered Town Planners and Development Consultants based in Maidstone, where you've been since 2004, and you have over 23 years' experience as a town planning and urban designer. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your experience in terms of work is both as an urban designer and town planner in both local authority and the private sector prior to DHA, is that right?
Yes.
And in terms of your qualifications, you've got a bachelor's degree in town and country planning and a Bachelor of Town Planning from the University of Manchester and a master's degree in urban design from the University of Westminster, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So, save for a couple of, please can you confirm that the contents of your proof are true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. So, what I'll ask you to do next, actually, is read your summary, if that's okay, which is on page 2 of your proof of evidence.
Thank you. I'm Matthew Woodhead, and my qualifications and experience are set out within my proof of evidence. I'm the planning expert witness for the applicant. This proof of evidence should be read in conjunction with the Buckles report, statement of case of May 2021, which is CD 66, the heritage evidence of Martin McKay, the ecology evidence of Richard Andrews, and the highway and transport evidence of Mark Fitch. The Council has made an application to the Secretary of State for the Department of Transport under sections 247 and 253 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 for the stopping up and diversion of part of the highway known as Prince's Parade in Hythe. The section 247 application was made in relation to the planning permission Y17/1042/SH, which was approved by the Council in its capacity as local planning authority on the 18th of July 2019. The courts have set 2 tests which must be satisfied in relation to section 247 applications. They are the necessity test and the merits test. In section 4, I set out the key matters in relation to the necessity test. I say that it is clear to me that the necessity test is passed both in physical and legal terms, each for a number of reasons, and that it is necessary to stop up and divert Prince's Parade in order to enable development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission granted. This is also considered to be the case by the Save Prince's Parade campaign group. In section 5, I set out the matters relating to the merits test. I consider that there are no disadvantages or losses flowing directly from the section 247 application of such significance that the Secretary of State for Transport ought to refuse to make the stopping up and diversion order. To come to this conclusion, I assess the direct benefits of the road closure and diversion and the significance and importance of the planning permission. I then weigh any perceived significant disadvantages and losses flowing directly from the closure and diversion order. I do this by examining the comments made by the objectors and reference to the evidence of Andrews on matters of heritage, highways and transport and ecology respectively. I conclude by setting out why I consider that the section 247 application clearly meets the merits test. In section 5, I also consider the position should the 247 application not be granted, concluding that the development would still go ahead but would be likely to require a new planning application with the buildings and roads pushed further north. In the final section 6, I conclude by assessing the balance of matters in relation to the necessity and the merits test. I consider that the necessity and merits test for this 247 application are clearly satisfied and that the Secretary of State for Transport is therefore requested to make the order stopping up and diverting that part of Prince's Parade that passes through the development.
Thank you very much. Now, there's a couple of points, as I indicated, to clarify. The first of those is in your proof at paragraph 3.4.4. and I think it was the last bullet point there, the reference to the number of parking spaces.
Yes, reflecting on that, that number of 103 spaces was taken from the original application, and of course that was amended during the application life. The actual 103 spaces was came from the Western car park, which is being proposed, and the new on-street parking. I think it should be 112 in that respect, but I would probably, in this instance, feel more comfortable referring to table 6.1 on page 19, which we looked at when Mr. Fitch was in this position. But
so it's page 19 of his proof of evidence?
Yeah, Mr. Fitch's evidence.
Thank you. And then paragraph 5.5.3. You refer here, you say, as a starting point, it is worth noting that the construction of the new road, brackets, straight character, height, width, etc. It's been pointed out that the new road is not straight, but when you referred to straight character, what did you actually mean?
Yeah, I didn't, I mean, there are straight parts of the new road, but I was referring to the construction of the new road generically, its height, its width, its character. Which is of course not what we're here to consider in this instance, at this inquiry.
Thank you. Now, none of the elements of the campaign group's proofs have been withdrawn so far, so I need to ask you to comment on those elements. We'll begin, please, with Mr. Morgan's proof of evidence. Do you have a copy of that to hand?
Yes.
He has paragraph numbers. The first point I wanted you to comment on is his proposition, which I think is summed up in paragraph 15, that the development layout is uncertain.
Yes, I mean, there's clearly two parts to this hybrid application. There's the detailed element, and then there's the outline element. Clearly, the detailed element has a great deal more certainty. The outline element, some of that detail then is reserved for later consideration. But I think in this instance, there isn't uncertainty about that outline element. In this instance, we have quite clear parameter plans, which include access, the alignment of the road, for example, the position of the development blocks. And of course, those parameter plans are controlled by condition 6, which requires the detail that comes forward to be in accordance with those parameter plans. It also lists the PDAS, which is chapter 5, which is our design code. And of course, the intended detail that is set out in that document is conditioned to be coming forward in accordance with that detail. I would also say if we were looking at a different alignment of the road, it would be a different application, and we wouldn't be at this inquiry now if we were looking at a different alignment of that road. We've seen the 3 general arrangement documents at CD 88, 89 and 90, which show the alignment of that road. And we have the reserve matters coming forward and the conditions coming forward, all with the road along that alignment. So in terms of the uncertainty Mr. Morgan talks about, I don't think there's any uncertainty going forward.
Thank you very much. And then paragraph 19. Mr. Morgan refers to a number of matters, and then there's a third bullet point where he lists the impact of the setting of the Scheduled Ancient Monument, harms to habitat and wildlife, introduction of a source of noise and pollution, and destruction of the tranquility of the canal. Do you see those points?
I do, yes.
Which, if any of those effects, is due to the stopping up and diversion order rather than the development under the planning permission?
Well, I do consider they are all elements that are the effect of the planning application as opposed to the stopping up order. Of course, what we're looking at here in those instances is the traffic from the front of the site along Princess Parade now moving to the new road, and we've heard the 3/4 or 2/3 of the volume of traffic. So it is a very narrow area, and we've heard from the different witnesses on those particular issues, and I don't consider there is any harm or very minimal, certainly not of significance to be weighed in the balance.
Thank you. Is the issue of the second bullet point, the phasing of the construction of the new road. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, what is planned in relation, well, first of all, how is the phasing controlled under the planning permission?
So there is a condition which is condition 30, which is specifically talking about the phasing of the road. So I I can do a brief outline if that would be helpful, sir, in terms of that timing.
Yeah, please.
The reserve matter for the infrastructure, which includes due to be submitted shortly this year. The target, albeit this is the planning system, so you can't quite be 100% definite, but the target is the March committee. And of course, every element of this will go, the construction of that, or the second quarter to the fourth quarter of 2022. So that's for the construction of the new road completely.
And what is the order of the construction of the new road and the diversion from the existing road that is within the plans that the contractor's working to?
So the entirety of the new road will be built before any stopping up of the road along its existing alignment and vehicular traffic passing through. So there will be no period where the existing road is closed up and the new road is not open to traffic.
Thank you.
I've noted that in a number of people's concerns, so I have assurance on that. And of course, that's within the council's control, within councillors' control at committee in the discharge of condition 30.
Thank you. And when do you understand that the change, as it were, the switch from the existing road to the new road, is expected to happen?
I don't know the exact date, but with the construction completed in the end of 2022, I would say shortly after Q4 of 2022.
Okay. Would that be before, after, or during 2023?
At the moment, it's programmed for before 2023.
Thank you. And within that programme, we've had reference to the time of in cross-examination, there's been reference to the time of the planting on the recompacted bank meters. What's your understanding as to when that...
Yes, I heard the question earlier, and I've got the detail of that. So the planting is planned for next autumn, so autumn 22.
Autumn 2022.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There was also a question, I think, that was put to Mr. Fitch in relation to the Kent parking standards. And obviously, as a Kent town planner, I'm hoping you'll be familiar with those. Where we're talking about parking standards for uses like residential, hotel, restaurant, etc., can you explain what the position is as to whether those standards make allowance for visitor parking?
They do. They're quite complicated standards. Kent have IGN3, which is appended to the Kent Design Guide, and I understand that Folkestone and Hythe Council adopt those standards, and there is an allowance for visitor parking within that, yes.
Thank you. There were questions, I think, that were put to Mr. Fitch in relation to a couple of the conditions. At the risk of doing Mr. Moyes' job for him, I was just going to ask you to comment on those that were passed down the line to you by Mr. Fitch. The first one, I think, was paragraph 30, condition 33. So we're within CD2, condition 33, which refers to details of vehicular and cycle parking facilities for the leisure centre and the eastern public car park, or interpretation of what that condition requires.
They're fairly standard conditions, both this one and the other one that was referred to, which was 44, I believe, I made a note of.
Yeah.
These are conditions which require the parking to be in place before any facility is opened. It then requires the parking to be secured and used in perpetuity. So it's a condition which is controlling the parking. The reason is quite clear and set out, and it obviously applies to the public car parking and open to the public. Isn't mentioned a few times, but it's there to stop any construction, for example, on parking spaces which are considered to be required for those facilities and for the public.
Thank you. And then 44 was the other condition. Was there anything more you wanted to say in relation to that? Or does your answer cover both 33 and 44?
Yeah, I think the answer's the same. It's just controlling that parking is provided and then secured in perpetuity, so that there's never pressure elsewhere for people to park. If places have, had bins put on them, or those types of things, or tried to exercise permitted development rights to put a structure on them, and that would put pressure elsewhere. So it secures that parking, really.
Thank you very much. There was also a question in relation to the drainage scheme. I think Mr. Moyes asked if planning permission was required for the drainage scheme. There are conditions, I think 21 and 22, on the planning permission that cover drainage. What's your understanding of whether planning permission is being sought for any part of the drainage scheme?
Yes, it is, and I noted Mr. Moyes' question. I wouldn't normally say that the drainage scheme would require its own permission in its own right. It potentially could be dealt with through the condition. However, there is an application which is in at the moment, and I can give you the reference, sir, if you would like it, which is for stormwater pipes. So the change from the drainage strategy, which goes out to the sea, requires some storm drain pipes, which are considered to need planning permission because they're a structure as part of that infrastructure. I'm sorry, my internet connection's gone down.
Has this been referred to before in the core documents?
I don't think it is in the core documents, so no.
No.
Do you need your...
Is your internet working?
No. Let me just try. I was just trying to look up the number of the planning application, which is in at the moment, and is likely to go to the December committee. There are two applications in at the moment. One's for a substation and one's for the drainage storm pipes.
Okay. Mr. Moyes.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear the second.
Sorry.
Substation.
There's a substation planning application and there's a storm pipes application at the moment.
Would you like time to review this, Mr. Moyes, or is this something that you...
I don't think so, sir. No, I think it would be useful if those references could be provided, I think.
Well, I can read the reference out as I understand it. I've not checked it myself. but it's 21/1182/FH/con. So certainly for our part, was not proposing that you need any of those drawings. What I'm content to do is to see what, if anything, as it were, Mr. Moyes asks in cross-examination. I don't think that, certainly at this stage, I wouldn't be suggesting any further documents go in. But the question having been raised, we wanted to make sure, sir, that you were aware that planning permission was being sought in relation to the storm drainage pipes.
Okay. Mr. Moyes, are you comfortable with that approach?
Sir, I am, and I can make submissions, and I can, if necessary, ask questions, but I can certainly make submissions when I close the case to the extent that it seems to me a relevant point to raise in my case.
Well, sir, I mean, first of all, I mean, this is not anything that is secret. A planning application has been made in a normal way, would have been advertised, etc. So what I would not be willing, as it were, to allow would be simply comment on those things without it being put to the witness. But I appreciate that as a matter of fact, Mr. Moyes did not know about it, even if it was in the public domain. So perhaps the thing to do is to have, once we've dealt with all the cross-examination, we can have a mid-afternoon break. Mr. Moyes, no doubt his team could be looking it up on the internet at the moment. And if there's any further questions from Mr. Woodhead, they can be dealt with after the mid-afternoon break. That seems to me to be the fairest way overall to deal with it.
That seems fair to me, and Mr. Moyes is nodding, so we'll proceed on that basis.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's going to the December committee. You've explained, obviously, that the planning system is what it is, but knowing what you know about, for example, what the Environment Agency has said about the drainage strategy and KCC as the flood authority, what is your expectation as to the outcome of that planning application?
So the Environment Agency's preference was this strategy. I've read CD 56, and it states that that's the overwhelming preferred vote in that CD 56. So I don't see any issues necessarily with that and the Environment Agency. So that strategy, I suspect, will go through, and the intention is at the December.
So we'll move on then from Mr. Morgan's proof, and we've got a proof from Mr. Wickenden. Do you have a copy of that available?
I do.
There was a point there I was going to ask you about, which is on page 3 at 8H. You just find that.
Yes, I've got that, yes. Noise and pollution.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, please, just to respond to what is said there in relation to the position on noise and air pollution, bearing in mind, of course, the impact of the stopping up and diversion order.
Yes, and of course the impact of the stopping up and diversion order is the point of this inquiry, not to revisit the impact of the planning permission. In this, Mr. Wickenden talks about potential facade effects, which I think he's talking about the noise that would reflect off the buildings, and of course the buildings are approved under the planning permission. And are not a matter necessarily for the 247 application. What is under consideration is the traffic moving from existing Prince's Parade front of the site to the new road, and the noise and potential air pollution created from that. And of course, I've set that out in detail in my proof of evidence, and concluded that having looked at this and re-looked at any facade effect, I do not consider that there will be any issue, let alone a significant issue.
Thank you. And then on a similar theme, Chris Farrell's proof of evidence also deals with noise. Page 2 in section 2 deals with noise. I'll just give you a chance to get that.
Yes, I've got that.
What's your response, please, to that?
I can only conclude that Chris Farrell in this instance is talking about the development traffic, because it refers to online shopping vans, tradesmen's serving commercial outlets. Well, and of course, that traffic and that noise is part of the planning application which has been approved. That is not caused by the application of the 247.
Thank you. Then we have got a statement it's a verbal statement and a statement of case by Dr. Jeff Burrell. Have you seen those two documents?
Yes, I have, yes.
I'm hoping that you'll be able to assist the inspector in relation to that and the argument that is being promoted there. Now, it seems to me, having read them, that the argument is about conforming to the planning permission and seems to be suggesting that the proposed development fails to conform with the planning permission. What is your view on that argument, having read those documents from Dr. Burrell?
Yes, I mean, a lot of what Dr. Burrell is talking about are consultation responses during the life of the planning application. And of course, a planning officer's job is to collect all of those consultation responses and balance the issues, taking all of those into account, including the policy surrounding the site as well, and then come to a conclusion, which they did in recommending approval to the committee. The committee then decides that planning application based on all of the information presented. It doesn't mean that every element conforms to the consultee's responses. And of course, Dr. Burrell points out some of the consultee responses, but that is part of the planning application process. The planning is then issued with a certain set of conditions, and those conditions control how that planning application is then constructed and the further information that needs to come in. So I would say a lot of the comments that Dr. Burrell states are to do with consultee comments. They're not to do with the Section 247 stopping up and diversion order.
Thank you. So I'll just interrupt at this stage just to correct the reference that I gave earlier to the new stormwater planning application. The reference is 21/1997/FH. And that is, I've got it up on here, the details of the planning application, so that is correct. The earlier reference I gave you, I'm afraid, sir, was to the application to discharge the conditions in relation to conditions 15, 16 and 17 for phase 1 of the development. Sorry, Mr. Woodhead, for interposing there. I was going to ask you to look also, please, at Jim Martin's statement.
I can't get, I'm having problems with my internet, I'm sorry. I can't get statement up. I've saved it on my desktop, so I'll try and get it from that.
Yeah, certainly take your time to find the copy you have.
Yes, okay. I have got it. Hard copy would be useful. Yeah, I prefer hard copies. Thank you.
So what I was going to ask you about is there's a comment first on page 1, I think. So this is the 6-page statement.
Yes.
I think there's another statement from Mr. Martin for Hythe Town Council, but we're looking at the 6-page statement. There's a comment there in page 1, penultimate paragraph about the red line boundary, where he's saying that the local planning authority officers should not have done what they did. Let me know when you found that.
Yes, I've got that, yeah.
What's your comment, please, there in relation to what Councillor Martin is saying about the red line boundary and how that bears on the question of necessity?
The red line boundary, in my view, is pretty clear. The red line boundary includes part of the new road to the north. The best way of looking at that is one of the approved application drawings, which is CD 69. You can clearly see in CD 69 the red line around the detailed element of the scheme. And in fact, in the top left-hand corner of that red line, it says application boundary. I'm comfortable that that is correct, and comfortable that that red line boundary it was appropriate.
Thank you very much. And then on page 5, Councillor Martin raises the prospect of the council trying to appeal against the conditions that were imposed or in some way amending the conditions, which I think is the third block of text on page 5.
So, I mean, planning applications are considered and approved with a certain set of conditions. There are sometimes minor alterations that can be made, which can be done under a non-material amendment, and there is one of those for some of the entrance to the leisure centre, which is an application that's in at the moment. But any substantial change requires a new planning permission, and that is then up to the council and the committee of the council of whether they approve that or not. So I'd say there's no uncertainty there. We've seen the general arrangement plans. I've outlined the timetable of things coming in, so I would say there's no seeking to change anything here.
You've also, I think, been liaising with the design team about what's coming forward in terms of the detailed design of reserved matters application. In light of what you know from that process, is there any prospect of what Councillor Martin suggests actually happening?
No, not at all, no. No, I don't think we'd be here today if we were looking to change things in that regard.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Love deals with necessity. You got a copy of the representations made by Councillor Love. I think it was categorised as a statement of case, and it's dated the 5th of October 2021.
Yes, I've got that, yes.
So you'll see that on the second page of that, there's a heading necessity test for diverting the road adjacent to the outline consent, where his view is that there's no necessity to stop up and divert the road in relation to the outline element of the planning permission. What's your view on that, please?
I think that's wrong, and it will overlap into what I said in answer to a question earlier, because there is a lot of certainty in this instance of what's coming forward, and actually the existing highway overlaps where there are development blocks which are on parameter plans which are permitted and the scheme should come in accordance with. So I think, of course, we have an element of the road permitted in detail already, and we know from the CD 88 to 90, the general arrangement plans which have been looked at already, that the scheme is coming forward in accordance with those parameter plans. So there is no uncertainty, and it adds weight, I believe, that necessity is equally applicable to the outline element as it is to the detailed.
And what's the single best plan for the inspector to look at if he wants to see how the existing highway land relates to what is proposed for both the detail and the outline elements of the planning application?
So there is there are three plans which are the general arrangement plans, as I mentioned, CD 88 to 90. They're in three sections, but it does have the road shaded in, the existing road on the bottom, so that shows that the general arrangement that is coming forward is in accordance with those parameter plans. There is an additional document that we've included as a core document as well, which has helpfully put some colourful lines on the plan, and that's CD 68, and that's an existing road overlay plan.
Thank you. So Councillor Love goes on the third page of his letter to suggest that the stopping up and diversion order should be modified to only stop up. It says and divert. I'm not sure how that would work. Anyway, to only cover, to use a neutral term, that part of the road in front of the leisure centre. So if that was to happen, what parts of the planning permitted development could not be carried out?
So if you were just to stop up outside the leisure centre, you would not be able to carry out the enhancements, as I see it, to the new promenade, the considerable environmental improvements. You would not have the buffer, which Mr. McKay talks about in terms of the element to the north on the new road and the buffer to the Royal Military Canal. So I'm not convinced that that is a viable option.
What effect would that have, for example, with relation to the construction of the splash wall?
So the splash wall, if you only blocked up outside the leisure centre, would only be as the Environment Agency would like it for that short part, and then it would revert back to where it is, I'm guessing.
Well, if you did build the splash wall pursuant to the planning permission, without having stopped up,
it would be in the middle of the road. Yeah.
And you referred earlier to the development zones in the outline planning permission parameter plans. What effect would modifying the stopping up and diversion order, as Councillor Love suggests, have on the ability to build out as per those development zones on the parameter plans?
Well, those development zones would still overlap into the existing highway if that element was left as existing highway. So you would not be able to build it out in accordance with those parameter plans. So it would not allow you to build it out in accordance with the planning permission.
And also, you've referred to the drawings that show what's proposed in CD 68 and CD 88 to 90, what effect would the modification have in terms of being able to build the buildings that are proposed under the outline planning permission?
You would not be able to build the buildings in the position intended on our general arrangement plans, which are fully in accordance with those parameter plans and blocks.
Thank you. I was going to ask you about some conditions, if you've got the planning permission to hand still.
Yes.
So condition 6. What effect would Councillor Love's modified order have on the ability to comply with condition 6?
You would not be able to comply with condition 6 well, we can go through each one of them, but the parameter plans which show the access, the new road arrangement, which show the development zones, the land use plan, you would not be able to comply with them. And you've also got section 5 of the design code, which sets out the intention and to be followed for the detail of the promenade, for example. You would not be able to carry that out either, so condition 6 would not be satisfied.
And then if we look at condition 9, which requires the permission of the 1 metre high splash wall to be constructed 11 metres back from the existing primary seawall, would that be capable of being complied with if the existing highway was not stopped up?
No, you wouldn't. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, the splash wall location would be within the highway, the existing highway, so you would not be able to comply with condition 9.
Thank you. And then condition 42, another reference there to 1 metre high splash wall to be constructed. What's the position there?
Yes, you would not be able to comply with condition 42 in regard again to the splash wall location.
Thank you. Now, in your proof of evidence, if we can pick that up, and I think it's paragraph 5.5.6 onwards, you considered the position of the primary school. Do you see that?
Yes, I've got that.
Sorry, could you say the paragraphs again, please?
Sorry, sir. It's 5.5.6.
Thank you.
And I think it's through to 5.5.9 of Mr. Woodhead's proof. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. And then we've had a comment in from Liz Carter, who is the executive head teacher at the Seabrook Primary School. That was on the 5th of October. Have you got a copy of that available to you? I think it was noted with reference PI 128 as a new representation.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. I think you've already picked up, well, indeed you and Mr. Fitch, most of what's covered here, because the issue is related to the road being closed, and we know it's not, and the reduction of car parking, and the increase in traffic. That's all been covered. But was there anything else in relation to the points made there by the head teacher that you wanted to comment on, just to make sure that what you've said in your proof at 556 to 9 is comprehensive for the inspector?
No, I think most of the comments made there are comments relating to the planning application, which of course positions the road in that place. The noise and pollution in terms of what Mrs. Carter states, I've addressed in the proof of evidence. We are, of course, talking about the traffic already being there, but moving from the front to the back of the site. And I think Mr. Fitch gave the distances and his view that the route would stay open, which it will, and not displace traffic nearer to the school in terms of the A259. So I have considered it carefully, and I've read through it and looked at all the issues, but I don't consider there'll be any harmful effects on the amenity of the users of Seabrook Primary School.
Thank you. And then there was a question that was raised, I think, in relation to the relocation, the retention of the tram shelter.
Yes.
And I was going to ask you if that is actually identified on any of the drawings that we've got before the inquiry.
Yes, I heard that question, Mr. Andrews. If we turn up CD 89, which is the middle section, if you like, of the general arrangements plan.
Yep.
I don't know if you've got that, sir.
So I'm just getting there. Okay, I'm there, thank you.
So in the middle of that drawing, there's the words existing Prince's Parade, and just above it you can see a rectangular shape with a line through the middle. That is the retained tram shed in the position intended, and as you can see, this is the general arrangement plan being worked up at the moment to come forward with the detail in the reserved matters. So to give some assurance that that tram shed is firmly in the plans to be retained, and it's on the general arrangements plan.
Thank you very much. So you're in the position now of having seen the proofs and statements, and indeed later objections from all of those opposed to this order. Is there anything that you have seen in that which causes you to change any of the opinions or conclusions that are set out in your proof of evidence?
No, there isn't, no.
Thank you very much. So those were the questions that I have for Mr. Woodhead in chief.
Thank you, and no questions from me. Thank you. So shall we have our break then to give Save Princess Parade the chance to review that planning application? If perhaps if we came back at 2:10, is that sufficient time for you?
That's ample time, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the inquiry is adjourned and will resume at 2:10. Thank you.
Can you do it from there, or do I need to?
Okay, welcome back. The time is 2:10 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Moyes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Woodhead.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Is this working?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, good.
I don't know if the public can.
They're nodding.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Mr. Woodhead, couple of preliminary points, if I may. To make it clear beyond any shadow of a doubt, to use an expression, and as you say, there is common ground between, say, Prince's Parade and the applicant that the necessity test is made out. I've heard comments in relation to what other people have said on that topic, but just so that it's absolutely clear that that is indeed common ground between the principal parties. And the second point I wanted to and you identify that within your evidence, of course. The second point I wanted to make as a general point is that in relation to the way in which you give evidence about the significance and importance of the planning permission in your section 5.6 of your proof, I'm not going to seek to challenge or ask you any questions about that evidence because, of course, the significance and importance of the planning permission is established by the existence of it in the sense of the fact of it, and then how the weight was struck to arrive at that is not within the jurisdiction of this inquiry. So just to make those preliminary points. That said, I would like to just ask you about one comment in relation to Prince's Parade itself, if I may. If you have 5.6.27 of your proof to hand, your main proof, that is.
Yes.
You refer to a comment in the PDAS, the Planning Design Access Statement, page 93, along which you say you agree with. The promenade does not currently fulfil its potential as a public space because it's cut off by a busy road, splash wall and parallel parking that make access difficult. The second bullet point, it has the same hard character all the way along, which makes it feel bleak on poor weather days. Now, in relation to the direct consequences that would flow from the making of this order, one consequence, as we know, is that the vehicular right-of-way would be extinguished, and that would lead to the creation of a 11-metre promenade rather than a 5 or 6 metre wide one that currently exists. In terms of bleakness on poor weather days, that is not a relevant or likely to change factor, is it, whether there's a new promenade there or the existing promenade? If it's a bad weather day, it's a bad weather day, is it not?
Yeah, we've experienced some of that today. In its context, it says the same hard character all the way. If we look at that document, which is CD7, at page 95,
bear with me 1 second. Yeah.
I would say that is not the same hard character which is being proposed here. This is to transform the promenade into a usable, better, open space, and you can see on page 95 there exactly what is intended. So far from being a monotonous same hard character which is mentioned there, it has huge amounts of visual interest, with planters, with bits of decking, changing character as you move along. So I wouldn't say that the premise of what you're saying is we're just creating a bigger, same hard character space. We're actually transforming this area.
So on a bad weather day, it's less bleak. Is that what it amounts to in your view?
I'd much prefer to be on the new promenade in a bad weather day than the existing one, yes.
Okay. Turning back to your summary proof, in relation to the procedure and how we've arrived at this point, you refer to section 247 and section 253, 253 of the Town and Country Planning Act. From a point of timing, it's right, isn't it, that the actual original application for the stopping up and diversion was made in May 2018.
Yes.
So it was made in advance or in anticipation of planning permission. There was no planning permission at that point in time.
I believe that's correct, yes.
but procedurally, it's now being determined on the heading that there is, or on the footing that, of course, there is a granted planning permission, as we know, in July 2019. So we're in the text section 247 ambit.
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, to turn to what you say at 3.1.9 in relation to the merits test, and you set out a quote from Lord Justice Nichols in the Vassalou case. Are the disadvantages and losses, if any, flowing directly from a stopping up and or diversion order of such significance that he, she ought to refuse to make the order? Question. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the matter that the inspector is considering. Now, you've given some helpful evidence about the timing of the proposed construction of the new road.
Mm-hmm.
In the context of displacement of traffic, and you've heard what Mr. Fitch has said, heard some cross-examination of that, we've heard something from you on that topic. How long is it programmed to take to actually build out the development after this new road's put in?
I don't actually know the programme for the whole development following that, because obviously there's lots of different elements of it. Some will be being built out by the applicant, and some will not be being built out by the applicant, I suspect. But I don't know the long-term programme. I know the programme for the construction of the road.
But in terms of phasing, there was some in the planning, design and access statement. There were some suggested timings and phasings at that point of how long various things might take.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we were to say from the opening of that road, you've given an indication as to when you think that could be, 18 months to build 150 houses and a hotel building and do the open space works, etc. That's not an unreasonable figure.
It depends whether they're built at the same time, whether they're the same contractors. There's so many variables there to be able to put a time on it. Obviously, that's an element that needs detailed consent to go through as well. So I don't have information, I'm afraid, on the timing of building of the hotel and the flats.
Okay. All right. Well, for the purposes of the assumption, if we were to assume an 18-month construction period, considering in the context of traffic displacement, the new local distributor road is going to be a road from which there is a building site, effectively, for an 18-month on the hypothesis period of time, whilst all the normal construction vehicles have to go along it, do all the works that are necessary to build the hotel, the blocks, the clumps of built development, I think was how Mr. McKay put it this morning. All that living next door to a road sitting next door or being located next door to a building site for 18 months, is that not something which would feed into the displacement from the traffic which is as proposed would be diverted? I think your evidence was it will all go down that new rear line road. You were with Mr. Fitch on that. Those vehicles, and we've heard the evidence about 20 seconds longer and this sort of thing. We've heard quite a lot of evidence about the nature of the new road. Bearing in mind that there will be cement mixers, groundwork contractors, all the usual matters that the construction management plan will deal with in terms of when those lorries arrive and etc. But they're going to be coming down the LDR, aren't they?
That they will be, they will come from the new road, as is normal for any construction site to have access. And of course, Condition 26 controls all that with the construction management plan. So it was anticipated that would happen at the planning application stage, and then is controlled by their conditions, so they can control where the HGVs access, where the compound is, how dust is dealt with, all those matters which form part of that. So. Yeah.
Washing the wheels and all the details.
Absolutely.
But the fact remains that all of that traffic is going to be going down the new local distributor road.
It is, yes.
After it's opened, for a period of time. You can't help with how long. I've suggested 18 months is not unreasonable. During that 18-month period, it is reasonable to assume that some of the diverted traffic from Prince's Parade will think, no, I don't want to go down this new road, going over the humps and with all this construction traffic travelling along, some of it travelling along at the same time, etc. I will divert or go back onto Seabrook Road or some other road. Is that not a possibility in your view?
No, I don't think it will be the case, because that's why you have controls in place, so that those, any traffic coming to the site is immediately off the main highway into the site, so there's no queuing. All of your contractors are made aware of the access points to the site in advance. So I don't think there will be any concern from the construction if that condition is discharged and the relevant authority is happy with the elements of it, because that won't then cause any disturbance to the through traffic on that highway.
Yeah, not quite my point. My point is that the assumed 4,500 vehicles that will no longer be able to go down Prince's Parade, all of them, you say, Mr. Fitch says, all of them will go along the new LDR. So it's not about precisely where the access point is to the building site off that LDR. The point is this, that of necessity, because of that use of the road by all the traffic that's necessary whilst it is a building site, that will make it a less attractive route for the diverted vehicles, and that some of those diverted vehicles will just not go along it. They will use an alternative route, Seabrook Road or whatever it is. Do you not accept that that's a possibility?
I don't think it's a possibility, because I don't think if that condition is properly discharged with where the traffic's going, you won't necessarily notice the construction traffic because it's not queuing on the road, it's not parked up in areas it shouldn't be. There's a proper compound, proper delivery times are with the contractors, and they know where to access. So I think it will be negligible.
Okay. Could I ask you about could I ask you to turn to the planning application, permission, conditions, materials, Mr. Woodhead?
Yes, got that.
Thank you very much. Oh, and also the drawings, the GT3 drawings that you looked at, and then there's some Tibbles ones behind it.
Are they the general arrangement?
No, sorry, they are described as. So you were taken to. If I get that, I think you were taken to 69. CD 69 is a GT3.
Yes, I've got that one.
drawing. That's I think it's an approved drawing. Proposed location plan. Then there's a planning drawing for proposed site plan part A and proposed site plan part B.
Yes, CD 70 and 71.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Those are the three, exactly right. And then we've got the general arrangement drawings that we've looked at quite a lot, the contractor drawings. But I just wanted to understand this. If one reads the planning permission, and I can locate it. So, bear with me 1 second. So if you've got the first volume of the core documents to hand, the very first document, we've got the planning application made to, as it was then, Shepway District Council. Do you have that?
Is this CD1?
Yes, sorry.
Application form?
Yes.
The form?
Yes, the form. Have you got it there?
I have, yes.
Thank you. So the description of the proposal: hybrid planning application for the development of land at Prince's Parade, an application for outline planning permission with all matters reserved up to 150 residential dwellings, ... It goes on. Alterations to existing vehicle and pedestrian access and highway layout within and around the site. And it's quite a while now, but in my opening I underlined that phrase as the focus of the inquiry, but that was taken from the planning application. If we move forward to the 18th of July 2019, which is core document 2, we've got the actual grant of planning permission itself. Do you have?
I've got that, yes.
Thank you. So the way in which the permission was described is now Folkestone High District Council. Its name's changed. July 2019, hybrid application accompanied by an environmental statement, development of land at Prince's Parade, an outline application with all matters reserved, ... Alterations to existing and vehicular and pedestrian access and highway layout, site levelling and groundworks and all necessary supporting infrastructure and services, full stop. Full application for a 296 1,000 square metre leisure centre gives its use class, including associated parking, open spaces and children's play facilities. You see that description?
Yes.
It doesn't mention a highway in the description of the detailed element of the planning permission, does it?
Not in that element, no.
Now, if one looks at, let's see if I can get the numbering right, there's a series of Tibbles parameter plans. The Tibbles, the planning consultant at the time, Andy Jarrett, care of Matt Shillito, Tibbles Planning and Urban Design. They were assisting the council in its role as applicant, developer, etc. Applicant at that point. We've got a boundary of detailed and outline areas on the parameter plan application site area red line. Do you see that?
Which plan are you referring to? Which CD?
Sorry. Beg your pardon.
That's right.
78.
78.
There's a series of, I think it's got the same plan twice. It may be 77. It's got a red line round the site, a black dotted line, boundary of detail and outline areas, and then it's got the blue line, other land owned by the applicant, the council, little bit of the beach and the other side of the Royal Military Canal, and a small section going up close to Seabrook Road. Do you have that?
Yes, I've got that, yeah.
So if one looks at either of those plans or the Tibbles parameter plan maximum number of stories plans with the different shading for the different heights of the buildings, but again, the boundary of detailed and outline areas, the road itself is not within the boundary of the detailed application on those plans, is it?
The dotted black line
Yeah.
doesn't include that road, no.
No. And on the face of the detailed permission itself, the road isn't included on the face of the wording of the permission.
Well, no, I would say the permission is as approved on the decision notice,
Yeah.
and condition 4 lists the detailed drawings which are approved, and it quite clearly says that it must be completed in accordance with the details shown. And as I drew you to
Yes.
condition, well, CD 69,
Bear with me, let me just check I've got the right number. So see if I understand this correctly. So what you're effectively saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the GT3 drawing, because it shows the application boundary around the realigned part of the proposed new road that's going to go through the part of the or deal with the detailed part of the site, if that's the right way of expressing it, that drawing supersedes the description in the planning permission and those earlier drawings which indicate what's outlined and what's detailed. Is that right?
I think what you need to take into account is that the detailed drawings that are approved, obviously not every element of a permission is described in the description. It's already a long description. It doesn't have every element listed. So if you want to see exactly what is included in the detailed part of the permission, then you would go to condition 4, which lists the approved plans. CD 69 encapsulates that, and it is quite clear because obviously this includes the access areas to the leisure centre and the car parks coming off the new road, which is required. There isn't a road there at the moment. So the element of that part of the new road, in my opinion, is approved and is in detail approved.
Thank you. Now, so that's consistent, what you've just said, with what you say, which I was going to ask you about, your new bullet point, at 3.4.4, the outline permission, third bullet point, the remainder of the new road to service the development and accommodate the proposed closed Princess Parade to vehicular traffic. So that's why you use the phrase the remainder, because your case is that the drawing, leaving aside the way it's described in the permission, that drawing includes it, and therefore it's within, or that section of the new road is within the detailed.
It is, otherwise how do you access your detailed element of your scheme, your leisure centre, when there's not a road there at the moment? So it's certainly intended to be included. The red line is around it on the drawings and they're approved, so yes.
Thank you. Now, if we turn to the necessity test, and as I say, there's no divergence of view between the main parties on this, but I just want to clarify something in relation to conditions. You say at 4.1.9, referring to the Buckles report in May 2021, talking about how the necessity test can be satisfied, and you refer to a legal obstacle, namely a Grampian or negative planning condition or planning obligation preventing development being carried out in whole or in part until an order stopping up or development has been made or confirmed. There isn't a Grampian condition in those terms within...
So I'm going to intervene at this point. There is no issue on the necessity test. There is no point in cross-examining on these issues when there is no dispute taken on the necessity test being met.
If there is, yes, I would appreciate understanding where this is heading, if there is no dispute.
Where it's heading, sir, is in relation to the timing of the proposed construction of the road and the phasing in relation to the order if it is to be confirmed, because there are a number of conditions that touch upon this issue, and I was going to ask Mr. Woodhead about them in relation to what effectively, I think the point amounts effectively to this, I hope to make it crystal clear. If the order is made, then that has legal effect from the time in which it is made in my submission. It's a legal event. So the physical giving effect to that order could happen immediately the order is made. As a matter of law, the rights to use the highway will have gone, been extinguished from the making of the order. It doesn't require anybody to stop up to give effect to that order. So what I just want to explore with Mr. Woodhead is how these conditions, if at all, give comfort to and are relevant to that question. We've established, I think, that there is no Grampian condition to that effect. So I just wanted to look at some of the planning conditions in that context, if that makes sense to you, sir.
Let's start and see how it progresses, because I want to see how this actually develops.
Of course.
Grateful.
So if I just comment, I mean, the question that was asked is not related to the objective that my learned friend then set out. So I object to the question, but if there are issues to be explored about how phasing is to be secured, then I'm not going to object to that.
Grateful. So if we turn up the conditions, Mr. Woodhead, bear with me while I locate the relevant document. It's CD2, the planning permission. So if we first of all look at condition 13, this is a pre-commencement condition in relation to phasing, and it says this: prior to commencement of the development hereby permitted, a phasing plan identifying all the proposed phases and or sub-phases of the development shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the LPA. The phasing of plans shall include details of likely commencement dates of all principal elements of the development hereby permitted, including the leisure centre, residential development and commercial development. Full stop. Thereafter, all phases and or sub-phases of the development shall be carried out in accordance with the phasing plan, unless otherwise previously agreed in writing with the local planning authority. How does that square, in your view, or how does that interface with the proposed stopping up order?
Well, the phasing, and there's condition 30 as well, which I'll include at this point, because condition 30 is specifically related to the phasing of the road, which is an element of the scheme as well. The control is there for the local planning authority to control the timing of how those phases come forward. They are not going to approve a phase that comes forward, which is going to allow for the stopping up order that happens first. I mean, we've made it very clear that that is not the intention, and the local authority in those two conditions have control over that phasing. And every condition, as you know, will have to go to the planning committee in this instance. So if the council proposed, or the applicant I should say, proposed, for example, that the stopping up was going to happen now, as soon as the order is made, and then we would build the new road, well, that's clearly not going to be acceptable to those phasing conditions.
So the position we're left with perhaps then is this, that as a matter of law, were the inspector or the Secretary of State minded to make the order, that order would, with immediate effect, it wouldn't depend on any stopping up, would cause the extinguishment of the vehicular right-of-way over Prince's Parade and the realignment of that right on a line, which will then, in the fullness of time, be along a carriageway of the new road, to physically actually exercise it. But your answer is that because the council can control the way in which it approves phases, it would not allow a phase to occur which would cause or need the physical stopping up to happen, so that the right of way, although it's actually been extinguished, you can carry on
allowed to
using
be
it.
extinguished, yeah. Allowed to be extinguished, and then they can exercise that when they choose, but they can only do that when the phasing that's approved allows them to do so.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
So if the stopping up order is approved, that will give them the right to undertake that stopping up order. But the timing of how they do the phases and when that stopping up order comes into effect is controlled through the phasing condition. So there's two separate, obviously, processes. They have the right to do that, but the council control the phasing of when one road is open, one road is closed, and that controls when that happens.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask you, please, in relation to 5.5 of your main proof, other issues raised by objectors, you say this: to begin this section, it is worth noting that there is a large amount of support for the scheme and to the 274 application. Now, the focus of this inquiry, as we know and as we have been reminded on our side many times, is the effect of the proposed stopping up and diversion. It's not about the development that has been authorised. Now, you say, I consider the amount of support that has been submitted unusual, and I would say it is therefore likely reflective of a much greater body of people who are happy and wish the planning application and the section 247 application to proceed. Now, you've listened to the pre-inquiry meeting, haven't you, or watched it perhaps?
Yes, I watched it, yeah.
And you will recall the inspector saying, in response to a comment about there are lots of people that might support the stopping up and diversion, that, well, to paraphrase what the inspector said, well, I need to know, they need to say that, I can't envisage or imagine support unless it's made manifest in some way, shape or form. So far, I don't think we've had anybody that wishes to support the applicant's case come and say they wish to speak at this inquiry. So it's mere idle speculation on your part, is it not, that there are people out there in Hythe, Seabrook, who are welcoming the prospect of Prince's Parade being closed up, diverted round the new LDR?
There's 2 points I'd make on that. At the inspectors' meeting, we did actually have people stand up who said they did support it, and the objections were not necessarily reflective of everybody. There also have been over 30 support comments and letters on the 247 application, which are listed on the council's website under the objections. So to say that there is no support and there's no evidence that support is misleading. Yes, there's nobody here willing to stand up and voice that support, but in that paragraph in my proof of evidence, I was merely letting you know my experience that in these matters you generally only hear from the objectors, and actually 30 or so people writing in and supporting is very unusual, and that usually means there's a much bigger body who are supportive, who are not voicing that.
Well, thank you. I mean, the inspector will see for himself the extent to which those people that are supporting are in fact supportive of the development itself rather than the actual stopping up and diversion. That's a matter for the inspector. Now, can I ask you about 5.5.18, traffic noise? You say it is a direct benefit of the stopping up and diversion order that the traffic noise would be removed from the seafront and the promenade in particular. Now, would you not accept that it's a vibrant seafront area? You've got the noise of the sea, etc. It's not incompatible with that to have the vehicles going down Prince's Parade as they have done for 100 years. Is it?
The comment I've made there is that it is a direct benefit of the stopping up and diversion order that traffic noise would be removed from the seafront and the promenade in order to create the promenade that's envisaged in the PDAS that we've been to, and create that open space, contemplation, safe walking and cycling area. So yes, I think it is a benefit to remove the car noise from that area.
Okay, you remove it from that area and put it within 12 metres, 13 metres, okay, it gets bigger, of the Royal Military Canal, which is a, as we know, valued green corridor. How does that weigh in the dis-benefits column in your view?
So I think clearly it's not a benefit to the Royal Military Canal in moving that noise from one place to another, but I think the two equal each other out and balance each other out. So you're only moving the noise from one place to another. It's not new noise, but the benefits that you create on the seafront outweigh any disbenefits from putting it to the rear of the site.
Okay. .5.5.25 main proof. While there is no denying that the site is open in the main, and that this does have an amenity attributed to it, I consider that this is limited by the nature of the site and levels of contaminated material within it. I consider that the section 247 stopping up and diversion would not cause the perceived loss of openness or tranquility from the site, as planning permission for the development has already been granted. So would you not consider that 4,500 vehicles each day going up and down this new local distributor road within close proximity of the public right-of-way that is adjacent to the southern bank of the canal is a demerit in terms of tranquility and impact of tranquility?
No, I don't think it's a significant issue as a disbenefit of the 247 application.
Not a significant, is that what you said? Would you accept it is a disbenefit? It may not be a significant disbenefit, but in the merits test, the tranquility of the Royal Military Canal and the corridor, the green corridor, is going to be adversely affected simply on this point. I appreciate there's a balance to be struck with all the other matters, but that tranquility is inevitably going to be compromised by 4,500 vehicles going along the road every day, isn't it?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, the 4.5 is your figure. That's not an accepted figure necessarily, but let's not go into that.
It's in that region, I think.
You can see from my evidence that no, I don't think it is a disbenefit, because what we're talking about is the 247 application and the traffic that's moving from one place to another in effect. So along with the answers in terms of the landscape, the buffer, I don't think that is a disbenefit of
no disbenefit.
Yeah.
All right, that's your evidence. If you don't accept the 4,500 figure, how many vehicles do you say are going to be coming up and down, or are you not able to help?
I was merely repeating that our expert in highways did not accept the 4,500. I'm not a highways expert, so I'm certainly not going there either.
But understood. .7.5, your main proof, Mr. Woodhead. First sentence is a given. The diversion is clearly necessary to construct the development permitted by the permission. However, it is not necessary to stop up and divert Prince's Parade to develop the site broadly in line with the outline planning permission. Could you just clarify what you mean by that?
Yeah, so this is a section under the heading at 5.7 position if the 247 application is not granted. And we've had to obviously put this element in because a lot of people have been talking about different schemes, which of course this inquiry is not to consider different schemes.
Of course not.
So this paragraph in particular, I was talking about the implications of what would happen in terms of the application. And in when I meant broadly, the element of the outline which conflicts with the existing highway is towards the front. It's broadly in its broadest sense. I don't think that the outline application could be complied with for the reasons I've mentioned already. And a new application, if we were going to do a different road alignment, a different development zones would need to be submitted. So it's broadly in its broadest sense.
Was that comment also directed at the possibility, of course, the order may be made or it may be refused, and there's also the possibility of a variation on it. But was that comment made in the context, so obviously the inspector has to look at the consequences of each route, if I can use the word route, or each possible decision when he's weighing everything up. Was that also made in the context of what might happen if the order were not confirmed? Is
that chapter is entitled Position if the 2847 application is not granted.
Thank you.
So yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodhead.
Thanks, Mr. Moyes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. No questions from me, so we can turn back to Mr. Honey.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of points to pick up, which are, I suppose, essentially traffic matters, but seeing as you were asked them rather than Mr. Fitch, I'm going to re-examine you about them. You were asked about the effect of construction traffic on the new road once it had been open to traffic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that construction traffic a result of the stopping up and diversion order or a result of the planning permission?
The planning permission.
Thank you. And then there was also questions in relation to road noise. Are you able to tell us what is your understanding, at least, of the 85th percentile speed of traffic on the existing road, roughly?
Yes, I think Mr. Fitch set it out that it was nearly 10 miles an hour above the 40 mile an hour as existing. So I think, without looking for the exact number, I think it was 47 point something and 48.
Okay. And what was Mr. Fitch's prediction of the expected speed on the new road?
So it's been designed to a 30 mile an hour speed limit. So that is a speed limit of 30 miles an hour, and also the detailed design of the road has been designed to get drivers to adhere to that with the curvature of the road, the tables, etc., and potential chicanes.
Okay. You'll have heard the evidence from Mr. Fitch about the extent to which noise, vehicular noise, increases with each 10 miles an hour, I think he said, of speed.
Yes.
So if what you're talking about is the difference between the traffic at roughly 48 on the front road being then diverted onto the new road, which is designed to ensure that it achieves 30 miles an hour at the most, what is your view of the difference in noise that the same traffic would be generating on the two different roads?
So Mr. Fitch's evidence shows that it is considerably less noise the lower the speeds of the car. And if we're talking approximately 18 miles an hour less speed, then that noise, which is currently being experienced at the front of the site, and when the traffic moves to the rear of the site, will be considerably less.
Thank you, sir. Those were all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Woodhead.
Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes the applicant's witnesses. It's 3 o'clock, but we were all working to a programme that Safe Princes Parade would start tomorrow, and I'd imagine that we're all preparing on that basis as well. So perhaps we could just take advantage of that and have a welcome early finish to the day. If there's anything else that anyone needs to raise.
So as far as I know, we're not expecting any supporters to speak, as Mr. Woodhead was just saying, but I think technically that is the next slot on the programme. So I'm content, as it were, sir, for you to, as it were, formally tick off that as well, so that we can start with the parade, the campaign's evidence. Tomorrow, I suppose we've got an hour and a half if there were other objectors here today who wanted to speak today rather than Friday afternoon. We could use the time that way if we weren't starting the parades campaign, but I'm in your hands, sir, as to how you would want to make use of what time we've got available, if at all, today.
Yes, I think it'd be unfair to ask them to suddenly be prepared to speak when they were probably expected to do it in 2 days' time, so I don't think that's fair. And from what I understand from what both of you said, you think we will be able to conclude within the 2 remaining days what the...
Yes, sir. I mean, we're moving on to my cross-examination. I can have control over the questions I ask. I can't control the length of the answers, but I anticipate that the 2 days we've got will be sufficient. And I'm sure we'll both be working to achieve that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moyes?
I'll just raise 2 points. The first one is, I don't know if you wanted to, as it were, take a rain check on the site visit. You mentioned it earlier on, just purely in the sense of whether it was going to be accompanied or unaccompanied, or whether you'd had any thoughts on that. You may not wish to go down that path at this juncture. Just indicate our preference is that it is an accompanied site visit, and we're proposing Mr. Brian Morgan, my planning witness, would be the representative who would come from our side, as it were. And then obviously it's entirely a matter for you, sir, but we would just, that would be our preference if we were asked, which is our preference. And the second point is that Councillor Martin, I think you said you would be willing to read your statement. Yes, so Councillor Jim Martin of Hythe Town Council says he's quite happy to deal with his statement now, if that helps use the inquiry time most efficiently. Unless,
well, can I just ask, I mean, there are two statements I think that Councillor Martin has put in, one on behalf of Hythe Town Council, which is very short,
right, and
then one in his capacity as ward councillor, which is the one that we've been looking at, which I think is 6 odd pages. So I'm not... Maybe. I just would like to be clear which of those two statements he would be speaking to.
It's the Hythe Town Council short statement, apparently.
Well, in a sense, I don't expect that to take any time at all, both because it's very short, and I was proposing to cross-examine Councillor Martin in relation to the statement he'd made as ward councillor, which is the one that raises, as it were, the more contentious points. So I don't think actually it would save any inquiry time to do that, because I expect it would take about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I think so. It sounds as if it would be best to do it in one hit.
Yes, in that case, I think it will flow better with the inquiry. If that's okay with you, Mr. Martin. Thank you.
Good.
Okay. So site visit, are you comfortable as well to have somebody, obviously I need someone from both sides for an accompanied visit?
Well, so I think we'd be guided by you as to whether you thought it was necessary. I can take instructions as to who we would have attend if we were going to be doing it, and I assume it would be the afternoon of the 3rd of November as currently planned. So certainly we'd look into who would attend on behalf of the council if it was to be accompanied, but I think at this stage it's still worth keeping open. And I think it's fair to say we have no firm preference either way, and we'll be prepared to go, sir, with whichever judgment you ultimately make about it. Of course, if Mr. Morgan is going to be there, we would need someone to represent the council as well. But I think at the moment our position is still open on that.
Okay, I think our reserve position, but if you could keep Mr. Morgan's diary free for the 3rd, please.
Certainly.
Okay. Is that everything?
I think so. We're continuing at 9:30.
Yes, 9:30 tomorrow.
Friday. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, and the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, no, so some of you will be, the people that we've already mentioned who have to speak early will be at 9:30 Friday morning, that's already been discussed, and then the rest will be Friday afternoon. Thank you.